chest and the chimneys. Yo, I'm the man in charge, triple dip justice. My reach is large, indicting T-Rex arms. Yeah, they on display. Short reach, big mess on a public way. Yo, adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Advanced years, wisdom stacked. Try me once, no turning back. James Jackson ordered, case dismissed. CossyG strikes, you won't resist. Order in the court, the rhythm pounds. Justice echoes, breaking bounds. Prosecutor by day, mic in hand by night. Adjust your antennas, I'm the signal, alright. Antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Yeah, adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Yep, Velcro Shoes is here. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Let me get this out of the way. All right, I'm assuming you can hear me. Okay. Anyways, most talkative. Yeah, I did send Melanie a super chat, and right as I sent it, I'm like, she doesn't like self-promotion. Even though she's been kind of a buddy of mine for a while. And right when I sent it, I'm like, oh yeah, but she was nice about it, was she not? She was nice about it. Yeah, she was. Usually when people do that, she lets them have it. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's not worried about it, but she does not like the self-promotion stuff, and I kind of just forgot for a minute. But anyways, what do you guys think? You guys want to finish up with yesterday's witness, which is only 15-20 minutes left in that, and then we'll move on to day 3 if you want to do that. Or all right, so we'll do that until I hear different. Sorry, Cossy, I did that to you yet. None of your business. What did you do to me yesterday? I don't know. If you did something, I didn't know about it, so. All right, we'll continue with this witness, and we'll move on. Shit, hold on a minute. I actually have to share that. I can't just, yeah, okay, sorry. Still learning, people. Oh, fuck, I lost it. Okay, hold on. I have to do something real quick. I'm a beginner. And then I go back here, and then I go, okay, and then I do this, and then I go, okay, and then I do that, and then I do this. Oh, God. What are we looking at here? Okay.
I would say when the nurse comes in, tell them that, because I can't do anything about it. Or I would just try to comfort her verbally.
And when she told you observed her telling the nurses this, was their reaction one of concern or one of indifference? What was the reaction?
Mostly indifference.
Can you guys hear this okay?
How is she doing other than
I just got to ask because I never know.
How is she doing physically as the time went on in the hospital?
So as the time went on in the hospital, she looked like she did when I had seen her the year before. The progression was very similar.
Yeah, I know it's not
from
really easy, but
outgoing and bubbly at the
I
kitchen
haven't got
table,
StreamYard down yet completely. I'm still working on it.
to
It's
then
really
she'd
not
want to
easy.
get out of the bed. Her legs and feet had gone in again. And she would just lean back and was kind of surrounded by pillows. So I definitely saw her following exactly what happened the previous year.
Do you guys think there's any value in bringing up the original live chat from Law and Crime? If you think there is, then I'll put it up. But I don't know. Let me know.
This all ended in January of 2017.
Right.
At December of 2016, did you have any contact with Beata about how Maya was doing?
I don't recall that I ever could tell her Maya looks awful again, because I think that would have broken her heart. And I think because I knew Jack was able to relay what Maya looked like in bed, I figured he would be the one that could have told her how Maya was doing.
Okay, got it. I'll just leave it like
Third month
this.
of her admission, how did you feel going to visit Maya as she was getting worse and you didn't feel comfortable telling Beata?
So it was feeling kind of desperate at that time, because now I feared she wasn't getting out. This was going on too long and something more serious was going on.
By the way, I'll carry over the self-promotion from Melanie's channel. I'm half monetized, so if you guys send super chats or anything, or super stickers or memberships or anything like that, it's kind of going into like a till until they send me a pin in the mail, and then I get the pin and then I put it in. But they just sent the pin today. I mean, so it could be a while, but thank you. Appreciate it. Do I have all my others? I don't have my other stuff going either. Okay.
She was looking worse, like right before they went to Mexico. So I kind of had hope in a weird way. I
There it
thought
is.
whatever treatments the hospital could give her.
Well, gingerbread
because what
man, you
had
like the
been
ginger? I like the
described to me
gingerbread
previous
man.
was
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. In the narration. Next question.
Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Let me just re-ask the question.
okay.
I know there's other places you could be.
How did
Lord
you
knows that.
feel being in this position where you felt uncomfortable relaying what you were observing to Beata and seeing Maya deteriorate?
Just Judge, could you objection on the relevance? I'm going to overrule the relevance.
At this point, because I'm not yet monetized, probably Venmo. But thank you for asking. Appreciate it.
She can answer that question.
It's up in the corner, the right corner, buddy.
It felt very difficult to not tell Beata because Maya looked really bad. It reminded me of what she looked like the year before.
Either one works, guys.
And because Jack could see,
honestly,
I just assumed Jack
thank
was
you.
telling her. It's a very difficult thing for me to.
Hey, Mary, thanks for
communicate
showing
that
up.
to Beata.
Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody for being here.
How did you learn what happened with Beata on January 8th, 2017?
Jack texted me on my phone.
Did you attend the funeral?
Yes. There were a few celebrations of life.
And then when Maya came home, did you resume tutoring again?
Yes.
So you'd seen her, of course, you'd seen her over these months in the hospital. You'd also seen her
Yeah, they go
outside
into the
of
abyss for
hospital
now
before she went in,
until
Right.
and you saw her when she
Yeah, I
came
get
out of the hospital.
Correct.
Was she better or worse? And if you could describe
3 to
the
5
change.
weeks, they said, for the pin to come.
After the hospital,
after the hospital?
of course, she was super depressed or sad because she lost her mom. I think just like a breath of fresh air emotionally and mentally because she had Kyle and her dad. Still seemed really weak. Initially, was super weak at the funeral. Looked tired. Then it took a while. Maybe to April or May that she looked like she had strength again. She attended the graduation at school. And I think by then she was doing the wheelchair again. That was always a good indicator for me if her upper body was strong. And we had given her a Taylor Award, and so she was recognized at the graduation, and she seemed to try to see, she seemed happy again.
So for anybody new coming in, this is Maya's teacher. And the plaintiffs are direct examining her right now. So that's her teacher.
Were Beata's concerns that Maya wasn't going to make it in the hospital justified from your
Objection,
perspective?
Your Honor, on speculation.
Sustained.
Were there times that you thought Maya wasn't going to make it in the hospital in late December, early January?
Objection again calls for a medical.
Objection. We can't have that.
She looked like she did the year before, right before she went to Mexico. So she looked sunken in eyes, gray skin. She'd lost weight. She was definitely not getting better. And yes, if I had been a mom, I would have most definitely thought, this girl's not going to make it.
And as you finished out her 5th grade year now,
Mm-hmm.
was she determined to get better?
Maya was always determined to get better. She was a little feisty fighter. She was not going to let this break her.
Why the little gingerbread guy? I don't know. It's kind of
She was
after the holiday
always a
season. I
fighter.
thought it would be cute, but I can get rid of them.
So yeah, she was going to fight.
Was she like her mom in that way?
Yes. She was a lot like her mom in that way.
Your witness.
Sure.
That paper rustling is tough. I don't know if you guys got earbuds in or whatever, but the paper rustling is rough. It kind of calms down as the trial goes. But yeah.
Hey, good afternoon.
Oh, you like the gingerbread?
Let me.
I'll bring you gingerbread.
Clay, maybe if you can put up the exhibit 2516001.
Is this an evidence?
Yes, this is an evidence. It'll publish this to the jury. It's already in evidence. At the start of the email, Ms. Dietert, it says that the county has changed their stance to allow Maya to be home health bound this year. Do you remember the circumstances where the county first said Maya couldn't do homebound and then switched it?
I do not, but I just know when the school year started, they weren't going to allow it. I don't know what determines why a student could be home health bound.
So let me ask this. Were you aware of any psychiatric criteria?
Yeah, J7, this is a trial. This is a trial from a couple years ago where, well, I mean, you know, at this point, it got reversed. But, you know, this girl was awarded and her family was awarded I don't think I'm letting out any spoilers here. Like everybody knows, $260 million settlement, or, decision by the jury, and it got reversed because the hospital is a big, never-ending money mill. So they just leaned on the people they needed to lean on long enough, and they reversed it. I don't think I'm giving anything away. I think everybody's been around for a while.
Crisis that Maya suffered prior to this that led to a relapse.
No, I was not aware of anything like that.
Okay, so let me ask you about, and Clay, if you'll put up Joint Exhibit 107364. And just the part where it says primary disability hospital / homebound.
Okay.
Let me just make sure that we understand that this is the highest level of disability in the school district. Is that right?
Yes.
Meaning there's different levels of independence from a student being allowed to come into the class. And this one is so restrictive that the child's going to be determined that they're not leaving the house. Is that
Correct.
fair? Okay. And we saw your signature earlier. I don't need to show it, but you participated in this consultation and decision.
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you next about joint exhibit, which is in evidence 1073/76.
Yeah, no problem, Kippy Hippie.
Actually, let's do 75 first, please. The decision to homebound a student is based on a medical referral. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now you're going to hear this particular lawyer, Ethan Shapiro. He's going to prove to be one of the biggest piece of shits you've ever seen in your life. But he's using this tone. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? He's trying to be like this gentle, caring soul while also being a demon piece of shit lawyer. But you'll learn to, that's my opinion. You'll learn to make your opinions about
The
these.
homebound is.
Okay. If you'll scroll a little lower, please. Some of the questions on this, for example, number 7, could the student attend school with accommodation and, thank you, it's blurry, but it says, could the student attend school with accommodations, example, second set of books at home or use of a wheelchair? On Maya's form, that was checked no by her doctor. Is that right?
Yes, that's what this form says.
And then the next one below asks if there could be an accommodation. It says, could the student attend school regularly and receive homebound or hospitalization services on an intermittent basis? And that's also checked no.
I see that, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then the next question is the one I wanted to ask you about. Is the student, in this case Maya, confined to a home or hospital full-time, homebound or hospitalized? Are those services recommended? And that's what Maya was recommended for, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so at least as of August 2016, before Maya went to All Children's, the school district, on a form that you helped complete and sign, were making the representation that Maya was going to be in the most restrictive learning element for this year, meaning she was too sick to even leave the home. True?
Objection. Legal basis.
Hey, Miss Scarlett, how you doing?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure.
By the way, Miss Scarlett does have a CRPS, so maybe if the chat has questions, they might be able to ask her.
According to the classifications for the Sarasota County classifications for homebound, based on the forms that you participated in and based on the medical review, as of August 2016, the school board determined, based on the medical information, that Maya was unable to leave the home at all to come to school and participate. Is that true?
Yes, that's what this form says.
Joint Exhibit 107376, this is the next exhibit. This is from, I think you mentioned Dr. Wassenauer. You're familiar with him.
Right, yes,
There was a question about whether the student, in this case Maya, was taking medication. Is this part of the forms that you guys review?
yes,
Okay. And the answer is multiple medications in a way that may sometime affect the patient's cognition and ability to focus. Do you see that?
yes.
Do you know which medications Maya was taking in August of 2016 that would have caused that statement from Dr. Wassenauer?
I do not know which he was talking about on this. It's not listed, but I do believe at that time she was taking ketamine.
Okay. And from what you recall, the ketamine would have been one of the drugs that may have affected her cognition.
It didn't seem to affect her cognition.
Let me ask you about, if you scroll up, or it's there on the form, the starting date for this form.
I mean, if she's being currently like infused with ketamine, of course. Like, but people, I mean, I think I'm right about this, Scarlett. There's no, and I know you didn't really take it because you didn't like it, but I don't think there's any withdrawal from ketamine, as far as I know. As far as I know, that's what I've heard.
Form is August 22nd, 2016. Do you see that? And this would have been the medical, well, let me just back up, just so the jury understands. A medical referral is necessary from a doctor before the school will put a student on homebound, correct?
Correct.
And this is the form that the school district would rely on, this one from Dr. Wassenauer.
Correct.
Okay, so on August 22nd, 2016, Dr. Wassenauer, on behalf of Maya, is representing to the school district on the form that you guys rely on, that she is too sick to leave the home for education. Is that how I understand this?
Yes, it looks like that's what it's saying.
And this would be approximately 10 days after, well, let the record reflect, this is 10 days after the video that the court had seen published to the jury earlier of Maya in the pool. So let me ask you about the next form, which is the 107374. And again, this would be the prescription from Dr. Wassenauer that says that Maya is confined full-time to her home that you would rely on. Is that right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. Do you, and if you don't, that's okay. Do you have a frame of mind of how Maya was doing, for example, in August or September or October before she went into All Children's Hospital?
I would object to that. Do you have a frame of mind, or do you have a memory? Like,
Similar to the spring the year before, was still in a wheelchair, couldn't walk. Good upper body strength, very positive disposition.
Okay. So let me ask you, and you may know, I can show you the documents, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. Maya was also
No, you don't.
bound. So this is the 5th grade year, correct?
Correct.
It's just so that we have, dates are flying over the place. Maya was obviously at All Children's per the DCF order from October 2016 through January 2017. That would be the 5th grade year.
Right.
And you were her exceptional learning teacher for that period of time.
Yes.
And you were also, for the 4th grade year, you were also her teacher as well.
Yes.
And so you were helping her with homebound learning in 4th grade.
Correct.
And then that continued in 5th grade.
Correct.
Okay. Once you were allowed visitation through DCF at All Children's Hospital.
Yes.
Correct? Did you have to undergo a background check through them, or was that already cleared because you're a teacher? Do you know?
I think it must have been already cleared because I was a teacher.
Okay. Not trying to trick you on dates, I promise. It looks like you were able to see Maya fairly early in her hospitalization.
Yes.
One of the first visitors allowed.
Yes.
Were you ever denied access when you went up to All Children's to visit Maya?
No.
Okay. The jury heard about a time when there was a laptop that you asked whether she could be left with, and at least according to the record, or maybe in your memory, you remember the nurse saying it has to be left outside.
Right, and then I couldn't leave it with her.
Okay. Do you know whether that was pursuant to a DCF rule or a court order? Do you know?
They did not tell me of anything like that.
Okay. So at least as of today, you don't know whether laptop restrictions were ordered by the court or ordered by DCF.
Yes, I was not aware
Okay.
that would happen.
To the best of your recollection, did you, you came twice a week while she was in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. At least according to the records, well, let me show you, joint exhibit. I'll show you one. It would be joint exhibit 1073227, which has been admitted into evidence. Clay. And if we could publish that to the jury. Are these the sheets that you sign off on when you visit Maya?
These are the sheets that we do. Yeah.
And I just wanted to ask you, it looks like you bring back the sheets to Beata for her to sign off on afterwards?
Right.
Okay. And just for example, on the 24th of October, this would signify, I mean, the jury knows that Maya's at All Children's per a shelter order, but this would signify that you went to All Children's, for example, on the 24th?
See how he keeps trying to crowbar that in? The shelter order, the shelter order. It was the court. Ma'am, do you remember, or do you have a frame of mind that she was there as a court order? I would be objecting to a bunch of this, but I guess they're, I mean, they know more than me, for sure. And, you know, the result is the result, even though it got returned, reversed. I'm sorry.
Correct.
And you spent, it looks like 2.5 hours with Maya?
Yes, it would typically be about that time frame.
Okay. Yeah, and there's, all of the records seem to show that, just so we don't have to go through each
Okay.
one, but to the best of your recollection, you were going up to All Children's about twice a week for 2.5 hours per session.
In the very beginning, Mrs. Shepler went.
Okay.
And then when she wasn't going, I took both of our places.
Understood. Do you ever recall having to cut a lesson plan short?
I don't really recall that. I typically recall trying to stay there longer than this paperwork would even share, just because I try to get as much in as I could.
Sure.
And sometimes it wasn't,
Yeah.
sometimes 15, 20
I'm
minutes.
so
was
sorry. Thank you so
catching up and
much.
Chatting.
Gotcha.
So,
Yeah.
at the hospital, that could have happened towards the end when she would be tired.
Okay. At least according to the records, each one shows that you spent at least 2.5 hours with her. Is that consistent with what you generally recall, or maybe
Well-
more?
Well, 30 minutes of this was planning before I would go, and then 2 hours tutoring. But yeah, I would basically always spend 2 hours with her.
Okay.
And the days weren't always, like I would sometimes go on a Saturday.
Mhm. You talked earlier on about some frustration about Maya, in your belief, wanting, or maybe you thought she needed a little more education. Did you ever reach out to DCF and ask them if she could have more?
Well, she didn't know it was a DCF stay. And so you're asking her stupid shit and you know it. She was 10 years old, you fucking dirtbag.
Educational visitors at the hospital.
I don't believe I reached out to DCF. I guess I didn't know that that's the line I would have gone. I thought
Right.
approaching the
You
hospital.
just asked her 5 minutes ago if she knew DCF had.
But at least from what you recall, you didn't reach out to either the court or DCF and ask them if they could allow more educational opportunity.
I did not.
Okay. After Maya was released from the hospital, you continued to tutor her at her house?
Correct.
Okay.
Miss Scarlett, probably around the same time as today, because I don't want to, run into the monsters of the internet. And you know what I mean? I want to get people in here to watch this as much as possible. So 2 or 3 tomorrow, 4 at the latest, but that's even pushing it, I think.
Let me ask you, This is also a joint exhibit that's been received in evidence. 1074003. This, on the right side, would be her school grades, Maya's. And again, the year would be 2016 through 2017. Would you be the teacher providing the language art and math grade?
Language arts would have been Mrs. Scheffler and math would have been myself.
Okay. And this calendar school year, for the period which Maya was sheltered at the hospital, she still got straight A's?
Yes.
Okay. If you'll go to 1074004, the next page.
Like,
And
well, we really couldn't have been abusing her that bad because she still got good grades at the hospital. So come on, man.
on the left side is the 2017-2018 school year. Let me just ask you, did you remain in touch with Maya after she went to middle school?
Mostly through her father on what was going on and how she was doing.
Mhm.
Uh-huh.
Were you aware that Maya got straight A's the next year?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that Maya was back in school physically the next year after she left All Children's Hospital?
Oh, Children's
I had
Hospital.
been heard-
Oh my God, I
heard
hate
that
this
she
guy.
was at Venice Middle, yeah.
Okay, and just if you can help me interpret this, the next year after Maya left All Children's for the next school year, does this report card show at the bottom the numbers of days she was in?
If anybody knows Melanie's thing, it's strange credulity. That was from this guy, Ethan Shapiro. That's originally where that came from. He says it in open court.
in school versus the number of days she's absent?
Yes, it does.
And what does it show for the next academic year after she was released from the hospital in terms of her being absent or in school?
Then she was absent 4 days.
Do you know how Maya's doing now academically?
I'm assuming she's doing amazing,
Yeah.
but I haven't reached out to her high school teachers,
Okay.
whom I know.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
So later on, I mean, it's weird how this happens, but this guy's wife gets into the mix somehow on like a Facebook group, like going after people. It's pretty fucking crazy.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Whitney?
Okay.
You're all set.
May I do redirect, Your Honor?
Oh, redirect.
Mr. Whitney started this witness.
One horse, one rider. Leave it alone. They did that a lot, though. They did a lot of redirects that I didn't thought, but they won.
At no point
Okay.
while Maya was on these ketamine treatments did her performance waver. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you aware of her attitude or of going to school in a wheelchair?
She didn't mind being in a wheelchair. She was excited to be at school. I'm assuming that's how it was in middle school too, but in my classroom, she didn't mind that.
You know Dr. Wassenaar. You know of Dr.
I know
Wassenaar.
of him, yes.
And you were just presented a form where he answered a questionnaire.
Correct.
And there was some mention on that questionnaire that some medications may cause cognitive difficulties.
Kathy or Kathleen, thank you so much for the memo. I really appreciate it. I just got it. Thank you. Thanks for being here.
It didn't specify on that form what medications those would have been, did it?
No,
It didn't specify whether those were medications prescribed by Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, did it?
no.
If it was ketamine, you interacted with that long, did you ever, there's a concern on that form that there might be some cognitive difficulties based on unspecified medications, but you were aware of the ketamine, right?
Correct, correct.
Did you ever see any cognitive difficulties of Maya's during these ketamine treatments?
Never.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Shapiro?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, are there any questions?
Hey, Lily,
None?
thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I think this is a good time for us to take an afternoon break. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. And we'll try to keep it to no more than 15 minutes. Before the jury leaves? Okay, hold on a second, members of the jury. Just hold on one second. Is closed, so we will not be here on Monday. We will be here on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday for witnesses next week. On Wednesday, there are matters that I need to deal with outside of
God damn it, I hate that. Anyways, what I was saying was, if you guys remember the Jodi Arias trial, there was jury questions in that, and they were crazy. And you know, I kind of thought up for a minute about streaming that. Can you hear me now? I unmuted it, so I should be good. Can you hear me now? All right, so you can hear me because I said Jodi Arias. All right. The Jodi Arias trial, they had the jury questions, which were all the questions that you wanted to ask that the lawyers couldn't ask, right? So it's kind of, I don't know. This is also a civil trial, and so it's really interesting when you get those questions because it's like all the stuff you wanted to know, but none of them could ask, right?
your presence. So instead of bringing you in and then sending you to the room every 3 seconds, we're just not going to do that. So next week, you're going to be with us on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Now, following weeks, we probably won't go 3 days. You're probably going to be 4 to 5 days on future weeks. So this week, because of the upcoming religious holiday, is a day off for the courthouse employees. So we're not going to have court that day. I'm going to want you back at the rallying point at the exact same time that you arrived today. Okay. My rules apply now. Instead of just being overnight, it's a 3-day weekend for you. So please do not do any investigation.
Do not discuss this case. Do not do any research.
And do no investigation. And remember, please do not read any media, review any media, or anything like that about this case. Okay? Have a wonderful weekend, and we will see you on Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
All right. Next thing.
Yeah, that's the equivalent of the ceiling fan, the exit sign for this trial. Here they go. That was when shit gets dirty.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Everyone, please be seated.
Yeah,
Um,
only exit.
do we need to have a further discussion today about any issues, or are we going to break until 8:30 on Tuesday morning?
8:30 Tuesday.
Not on behalf of the defense.
I really want a list, a printout, either typed up or neat handwriting of the exhibits that are in, and then those that we're going to have issues with. And that way we can, hold on a second. Apparently, one of the jurors had a question.
We can get her. I'll see if
See if you can. Okay. While we're figuring that out,
So, Judge, we filed the plaintiff's exhibit list with all our.
they were talking to each other, the
Oh, okay,
deputies.
all right, okay to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. We filed in the court file all the plaintiff's exhibits with our objections listed on there. So I'm not quite sure what else the court wants. You want us to print that and bring it?
Well, I don't want, many pages. I want the exhibits, the numbers that you all can agree to so that we can just announce them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
And then those that apparently you're gonna need me to make a ruling on. So I'll have a sheet of paper that I can just, let's look at this one, so we can try to do this more efficiently than we did today.
Your Honor, I think to clarify Ms. Crowell's concern, you're just referring to, I believe, the exhibits that are going to be used, for example, Tuesday with those witnesses.
That was my understanding of what you were trying to do.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor, I think
okay.
she-
I thought you meant all of the exhibits. I was trying to understand. All right, thank you, Judge.
Can't find her? Okay,
maybe
I
we
think
could
she's
bring-
gone, so.
We could bring her back if the juror wants to keep the question, we can bring her back sometime Tuesday.
That seems.
Or ask them if it's a big deal. I don't know.
Do you want me to tell the jury that they can go, or?
Our paralegal, if you give her 3 minutes, she's calling her, and I bet she can get her back.
Look, why don't we just get,
Judge.
Only one at a time.
I suggest that we can bring her back sometime on Tuesday. I don't think that would be a big problem. If she's in the area, fine, but if not, I don't see the reason to have her turn around, drive back and all this at this point. I think it's up to the court. So,
Judge, could we look at the question? Maybe it's not anyone your court's gonna get.
I think that's probably a good idea. And then ultimately, if you can't get her, then maybe some afternoon, because I suspect that she's working during the day, and try not to disrupt her. Can you call the Deputy Coley and ask the juror to write out the question if they haven't already done so, and then bring the question in? Thank you. Okay, other issues that we need to deal with?
Judge, just a.
Deputy Demizio, can you close the door?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Judge, is it possible at the end of the day, at the end of a couple of days, is somebody keeping track of the minutes being used? And would
I am
we-
keeping track of the minutes.
Can we have just an announcement so we know how we're doing in our tally?
I can, but I haven't tallied it for the last, so it's 35, it's 15. Okay, so I've got, for the plaintiffs, they've used 60 plus 40 plus 45 plus 1 hour. That's 2 hours. Is that 3 hours and 25 minutes?
plaintiffs.
Because it's 60 and 60, that's 2 hours, 40 and 45, so that's, yeah, so that's 3 hours and 25 minutes. The defense has used 5, and 15, so that's 30 minutes. So we consumed just under 4 hours of trial time today with witnesses. So 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 30 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I intend on doing it every day. I just hadn't physically added them up. Here's the questions plural. I guess it's okay to just read them out since the jury's not here. Question number 1, how did you keep her upright without support? Or actually it starts off with, you mentioned sitting her up on a bar stool. How did you keep her upright without support? That's question 1. Question 2 is, did you ever see Maya in a wheelchair with a strap or support upright? And then question 3, can you describe how you managed Maya's limited mobility? Did you ask for support? Did you lift her? So if you all want to look at the physical, anyone who wants to, they can. Okay, and apparently she's on her way back.
Oh, okay.
So
Do we know which juror?
no, and I asked them not to put the juror number on it.
Lillian, while it went quiet for a second, Lillian, thank you so much for the Cash App. I really appreciate that very much. Thank you for being here. Really nice of you.
You may.
While I'm in monetization purgatory.
Or not.
Thank you.
Counsel, any objection to these questions?
Not particularly good. I think the problem,
Yeah, that little island of hair on his head has been called the tuft of justice before. The tuft of justice. Oh, U.S. Lily. That's okay. I get it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
is specifics of when, but maybe with it.
Yeah. Okay. So is the jury ready to come back? Y'all ready for the jury to come back?
Yes.
Let's bring in the witness and put her back on the witness stand. As soon as the witness is in, then we'll bring the jury in.
I got to ask her like 2 more questions. The jury is already. Isn't the jury taken off at this point? I mean, he dismissed them, so some of
And you
them might
thought
be
she got to
gone.
leave.
You're not in trouble.
No, the jury just had a couple questions.
Oh, the jury has questions. I'm sorry. Jesus.
I'm gonna
I'm out of
just
it.
let you know, I'm gonna ask you in front of the jury if you remember that
I
you're
get
still
it.
under oath. So just to give you a heads up, I'm gonna do that. Let's bring in the jury. That's fine. Yeah, you can stand up. Jurors act right. Okay, everyone, please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. Want to confirm why you were away, believing you were on your holiday here, that you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all
Not in the
correct?
3 minutes they were
Okay.
gone.
And ma'am, you understand you are still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the jury had some questions, so I'm going to go ahead and read the questions and you can answer the jury. You mentioned sitting Maya up on a bar stool. How did you keep her upright without support?
So I'm sorry, their bar stools had like a back support. So when I would go to tutor her at her house in their kitchen, I would put her up there and she would just sit.
Okay.
Reasonable.
Did you ever see Maya in a wheelchair with a strap or support or upright?
He wasn't like crippled or anything, man. That's
I don't recall that.
And can you describe how you managed Maya's limited mobility?
In the classroom or at her house or at the hospital.
Well, I don't really know.
So should I answer all three?
Yes, let's do it that way.
So in the classroom, one of her really good friends, Sophia, was in the class. So Sophia loved pushing her around. Sometimes I would push her to and from. She always stayed in her wheelchair. She never moved into a seat. At her house, same thing. Some of the time she would move herself when her upper body strength was good. And then I would just move her out of her wheelchair into the seat. And then at the hospital, it was hit and miss, but pretty similar. If she wanted to go to the craft room or someplace, I would lift her out of the bed and put her in her wheelchair and we would go. Depending on her strength level, I would push her in the wheelchair or she would roll it with her arms. And then we would get back and I would put her back in her bed.
And you somewhat answered this, but did you ask for support to help lift her?
No, I'd done it so many times.
Okay.
For so long.
Mr. Whitney, do you have follow-up questions based on the jurors' questions?
Yes, Your Honor, just very briefly. Those questions didn't address the time period. So at her house in the spring of 2016, how did you manage her mobility? Did you have to lift her out of her wheelchair or did she do it herself?
No, in the spring of 2016, was that her?
After Mexico?
Yeah, no, she had arm strength at that time.
That's all I have.
Mr. Shapiro, anything further?
No, class dismissed.
Well, members of the jury, do you have any other?
Yeah, don't screw it up. So I'm sorry. I tried to upload a meme that I made for the attorney. Christ, I am all over the place here. All right, can everybody hear me? That's the end of that is the end of day 2. Okay. All right, let me get rid of that. I tried to upload a meme that I made, but I didn't think I shared it, but I was going to. All right, this is the start of day 3. But yeah, I made this for Greg Anderson. If you look up this is Greg Anderson, the guy with the muscles, that's not really him. And he's holding Howard Hunter on his arm over here. So yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. I just tried to upload it so I could show it later, but anyways, that was the end of day 2. So let me do this. No. Let me do this. Oh, wait. Hold on. Screw it up. God damn it, man. I'm fucking bad at this. Getting used to it. Here.
To her mother, who then provided it to the doctor, as I understand it.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Okay.
Are there other exhibits that are agreement or that we have to deal with before the jury?
I made a bunch of memes for this trial. That was one of them.
Not on behalf of the,
Because,
well, let me
I
see.
mean, you'll get it later. Like, Howard Hunter ends up being like Greg Anderson's little bitch. So it'll make more sense later.
I see a whole bunch about, I guess Tashana Duncan, a lot of them were admitted, but there's still others. I'm assuming she's testifying today.
She is, after
We're
lunch.
objecting to all of the documents filled out by other people, not her reports as we've indicated, but we're objecting to 2504,
Do
2508,
this
2509.
better.
And basis on those is,
Well, they're hearsay, it's improper character evidence if you look at the contents of them.
Ray from Dallas, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. It's been a while. I've been popping in here and there, but really good to see you, dude.
Some improper opinions, but they're essentially hearsay, Judge.
We're not putting those in through this morning, through the witness. We'd like to do that maybe at lunch or just before this afternoon. The document we would like for our first witness also is 2002. It's a third from the bottom on the court's list. It's a discharge document from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. The
We
reason
don't have any
it's,
objection to that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't indicate.
Yeah, Ray from Dallas, you gave me a wrench, and now you got one too. So good to see you, man.
One or the other, I apologize.
all right, no objection.
Okay, court receives the totality of Exhibit 2002.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kim is Ladybug. I mean, I do have pain sometimes with my spinal stuff, but nothing crazy. Nothing I have to take anything strong for.
You also want this?
Yeah, raise the huckleberry. I'm the hucklebuck.
Okay, yes, I've got that. And one other relatively minor point, but important to the KOWALSKI children is we need to get some kind of note from the court so that we don't have truant officers interrupting the trial for school to say that they're participating in the trial as parties. If that's okay.
I'm sure I can do something like that, but my recollection is they're online or virtual learning. I don't know if you can time shift with that or not.
Do you need it? One moment, Your Honor, I'll ask.
Thank you, Anna, for the cash app. I really appreciate it. From Daniels. That's funny.
Apparently this has to do, the court is correct that they do remote. However, there are different projects and assignments that are due, that are lengthy, and the teachers have requested something to indicate for their filing why they can extend a number of these assignments that are important to their grades.
Any objection from the defense?
Yeah.
I'll get something.
And I think that's it, Judge. I think we're ready.
Okay, so what are we doing about those exhibits that have not come in that you wanted to use this morning?
Well, I'd like to cover them if the court is amenable, beginning at 2011.
All right. So the meme I just showed, this was the guy with the muscles, and this was his little girl he had on his arm. So there you go.
What? We've got about 12 minutes before 9 o'clock, so whatever you want to do.
You know what? I'll do Maya now. Maya, can you take a stand? I'm just going to ask about this.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, she needs to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to be able to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Yeah. Maya herself has to take the stand several times during the trial to
Take your name for the record.
Hi, Maya
I don't know, authenticate stuff and
Venice, Florida.
And are you one of the plaintiffs in this action?
Yes.
And was there a period of time between October 7th, 2016 and January 14th, 2017, when you were kept at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
During the course of that, did you from time to time write letters to your mother, your father, or your brother?
Yes.
Let me show you, if I may approach you. What's been marked for identification, trial exhibit 2375. And ask you to identify whether you are the author of that.
Yes, I wrote the note.
And that is your handwriting.
Yes.
And so
I don't want to be gross, but uncivil law, Kurt, was what was going over this, and he's like, "Hey, Maya, you're 18," because she turns 18 during the trial, and he's like, "Hey, Maya, holla." Everybody was like, "What?" She's 17 here. She turns 18 a little later during the trial. She's not yet 18.
although I don't see that it's dated, is it in any place?
It's not.
But do you recall that whether this was written during the course of your stay at Johns Hopkins?
It was written when I
And
was
can you see
sitting.
that from what is written there, the descriptions?
Yes.
And in writing this, were you expressing
Uh-oh.
your physical condition?
Your Honor, I just object to the leading.
It's a minor.
I'm gonna sustain.
I think he was joking too, but
What was
Who would
what
make
was the
that
purpose
joke?
involving? What if any involvement?
I mean,
Does the document reflect?
No,
as
pick
to
your spots for
emotional or
jokes.
Physical condition, if you can look through it.
I don't get it. I mean, it's just
Well, at the time, I desperately missed my family. I wasn't allowed to really have any contact with them. So in this document, I'm expressing how much I miss them. I was extremely depressed.
yeah, it's just
And in the little,
If
as
you're gonna
far as
make a
physical
joke,
wise, how I was doing, if
make
you
it
look,
funny.
there's a heart,
like
and in the heart is pictured my mom on the very far right, and my brother, me in the wheelchair, and then on the very far left would be my dad. So it's showing that I'm still sick.
Were you attempting at this point to address your health while in there?
Yes, but
And
I couldn't explicitly state it.
Because what?
I couldn't explicitly state it because they wouldn't have sent the document.
Was that your intent, however?
Yes.
And did you state in there the status of your pain?
Well, when she was in the hospital, she could only have supervised visits with her father and her brother for very small periods of time. And her mother was not allowed to contact her, except by way of letters, I believe, which I think she's going over. And they had all kinds of crazy theories, like the mother was going to send her like ketamine in the mail and stuff, and you'll see.
It's in the top. Is mine? Can I see that up there? Or has the judge got that shut down? I gave away all my copies.
You can put it back on the screen.
When you say not doing the best, but I'm hanging in there, what were you addressing?
I was trying to express
Yeah,
that
Kimberly
physically I
McGuire,
wasn't doing
18 to
very well. I was in a
35,
lot
no
of pain with my
children.
CRPS. On top of that, I wasn't doing
That's-
well mentally because I was a
Kurt's,
kid. I was taken away from my family, so you can only imagine.
Potential
During this period of
woman.
time Was Dr. John Wassenauer your pediatrician?
Yes.
And through the course of your stay there, did it come to your attention that your parents from time to time would keep him updated?
I figured, I didn't know that entirely, but I could assume.
And did you trust your parents at that time, your mother or your father, to provide information to your pediatrician about your status during the period of time when you could not directly communicate?
Yes.
Like she's 17 and she answers questions better than 98% of any, grown adults that I've seen.
Your witness.
Mr. Anderson, do you want to?
I'm sorry.
Hi, good morning, Maya.
Good morning.
No,
Just a couple
Jesus.
quick questions. Do you know the date that this was sent?
I do not, I'm sorry.
And if I understand what you were telling the court, the purpose of this letter was to communicate with your mom, dad, and your brother?
Correct.
Do you know if Dr. Wassner ever came to see you at All Children's?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, yeah. Do you know if a pediatrician ever came
Little
to see you at
janky.
All Children's?
I believe he did not.
Thank you for your time.
Anything further?
Why would her former doctor come to see her when she's being sheltered in a hospital? He's probably not even allowed. I don't even know why he asked that question.
Anything further from the court?
No, anything?
I do not.
Okay, Ms. Kowalski, if you could go ahead and see.
Sarah, I don't think there is. And we're going to find out later the reversal by the higher court kind of kneecaps anything going forward. The way they wrote it, basically kneecapped her from getting any damages from this hospital. If you want, we can go over the reversal and you'll understand more
Respectfully, Your Honor,
of what they were
the letter is
saying.
self-explanatory. It's from Maya while she had a period of no contact due to DCF orders. It's written to her parents. It's not written to the doctor. It's not for the purpose of medical evaluation. I think it's self-explanatory. She read it because DCF precluded contact between her and her parents.
I
So there's no
I think,
exception to this, and it's
I don't think they can.
About the,
I think they've spoken, and
it wouldn't be relevant to Dr. Wassner.
also this plaintiff team is no longer together. Greg Anderson and Nick Whitney are no longer together. Directly after the trial, they kind of parted ways in a kind of ugly way and, bitter type of thing. But these guys were a force to be reckoned with, for sure. And it's too bad that happened. But I don't know about any appeal on the appeal. You know what I mean? It got overturned, and I don't know what kind of remedy there is to that.
This testimony, and this might come up again as to mine, but I don't understand why this would be relevant.
It's also why I'm showing this, because it's important to show this whole thing, how disgusting the hospital was to this family. Then they got awarded $200 and some odd million from the hospital. They found for every, it's not a spoiler, everybody knows, for every element of the case. And then the hospital, with their big money, just leans on politicians and the courts, and they get it overturned. So that's it.
Require it to be included within Dr. Wassner's records.
well, at this point, I agree that there hasn't been enough shown for a 90.803 for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment. It's quite possible that Dr. Wassner will say that he used it as such. But I do believe it would qualify and is the exception under 90.803 paren 3 than existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. So I don't have a basis to preclude its admission. So
Move to admit.
you want to talk to Dr. Wassner to see if the other basis is there as well, or I'm so sorry.
We covered during cross, Your Honor. I mean,
Okay, then I'll receive Exhibit 2375 over the defense objection. What's next?
I believe that's it. Well, no, we have 4 minutes. So there's a comprehensive med psych evaluation by Dr. Henschke. She is a psychiatrist. This is at 2011 for the record. I do not anticipate her testifying this week.
Yes, I think the issue is we objected to pages 8 through 13. We've discussed this quite some time ago with counsel. 8 through 13 is a letter written for the court and an affidavit that she did for the court. It's not part of her medical record. So we're objecting to pages 8 through 13 of the record.
Can you put 813 up real quick?
Sure.
Okay, keep scrolling. Keep going, please. Next page. All right, 12 and 13, please. At this time, the court agrees that pages 8 through 13 of Exhibit 2011 are not admissible. So Are you agreeing that the balance of 2011, except for those pages, can come in?
Your Honor,
So we do.
Mr. Anderson and I just had a brief discussion about this. There's certain portions of it that
Should we approve sidebar for this?
he wishes to redact. I won't say what they are, but I think it's something he and I need to talk about.
Okay, so I will not move it in. You all can figure out whatever needs to be redacted.
Right.
If we need to substitute out with the clerk.
You can mark it for identification, just mark it
Well,
before it goes in.
U.S. Lily, I heard of offers from the hospital that were, I think, insulting in dollars, and I think they just wanted to go for it because they had a great case. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think we don't know what those numbers are. I think they sign, non-disclosures and stuff like that. So
For identification, then
It can't be
Can we just hold off on this?
Well, let's approach sidebar so I can explain to the court a little bit well.
is it something for today?
No.
Then let's not deal with it today. It sounds like the defense had a couple of issues they wanted to talk about before we brought in the jury.
Yes, Judge, we have advised counsel that we object to several of the witnesses that they have indicated they might call today. And I don't know if we want to address that now or
Which witnesses?
later. I don't know if they're calling them or not.
What was-
One is Meg Boland and the other one is Alina Kirschner.
We're not calling it today. I don't think we're calling either this week. There's a possibility of Elena Kushner.
Today?
No.
Okay, well, they gave them as witnesses for today. We also, they indicated they want to play the deposition of Dr. Napolitano. We object to that. We don't think.
Napolitano.
Requirements of the expert session. And also they left in, I'm sure inadvertently, but they left in a section that was sustained, the objection was sustained.
Well, I mean, I've already ruled on the Politanos, so if I sustain the objection, it needs to be cut from the video.
We didn't notice it, we didn't review it till 7 o'clock this morning, Judge, because we didn't get
Was
into
there any
it.
indication in there?
We sent the video to them last night. We'll remove the part. We'll take another look and remove that. We're not playing that today
Oh, you're not? Okay.
unless we run short on time. So
So Judge, when we had asked who they're calling them today, because they've given us like, those three were told, and they're not calling any of them. So we would like to know who they're calling, please.
I told Mr. Shapiro and
Just tell me who you're calling.
we've got Dr. Wassenaar this morning. And also Ms. Brown, who was a witness to Maya there in the hospital. This afternoon, then, we have Tishana Duncan and Father Jack Costello.
Were those names provided to you?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask, and I don't know if this is a Mr.
you guys know everything about it.
Where are we?
I'm not
on
telling you anything you don't know.
The instruction that we talked about on Friday.
Briefly to Mr. Elliott, and last night I gave you a shorter edited version of it as well. I would be happy to talk.
Okay, talking right now is, I forget his first name, that is Mr. Altenburn. Okay? Yep. And also, he's a former judge, right? So he's kind of a CossyG guy. He's kind of an old CossyG fella. But he also looks like Mr. Burns, right? So there's Mr. Altenburn, and he's talking about the plaintiff's appellate lawyer, Tom Elegant. So if you want to know who these players are as we go, he comes really hard at the end, but he kind of just, and the judge just loves him, just takes everything like he says as gospel because he's the next judge. But then at the end, he finds out how dirty he is and how all dirty they are.
About it sometime later today. I don't think you want to do that right now, but if you're also having the hearing tomorrow morning, I'm not quite sure how long or how much you want to cover, but I was sort of anticipating that they would tell me they want Mr. Elliott to handle it, give me there tomorrow.
My understanding is I can give you the morning.
It's important to try to get the ruling so we can get an instruction to the jury that we're not the ones that took her away. If we hear more of that today.
Yeah, they always rely on that.
Come up in the testimony this
Look at Greg Anderson, man. I love this guy.
An emotional issue that is not legally correct.
Well, for Dr. Duncan's testimony, I guess we'll hear whatever it is. I can give you the morning tomorrow. My afternoon, I've already given it for another case, the Manatee case.
Your Honor, we filed a response to that special instruction last evening.
Okay. Well, the clerk hasn't docketed it yet, so sounds like that's something we can address tomorrow morning.
Unless it becomes a big issue today, I think tomorrow morning is good after.
Anything else from the defense before we bring in the jury? And anything else from the plaintiffs?
Look at how many of them there are.
And you saw that I ruled on the round 2 deposition
Scumbags.
designations, and so,
Well, if this comes up again, Judge, we can address that.
okay.
That particular objection was omitted in ours. It should have been so. It was.
I just was referring to, like, there was 10 depositions over the weekend I ruled on.
Yeah, I was making reference to the Palatine was one of them.
I think that was the first batch.
You know what, Charlie? I almost, because, you know, I have some things of my own, and I almost went on that ketamine treatment at the last minute. And I was like, oh, man, I don't know. I just kind of backed out. I'm like, I don't want to do it. But I also, you know, this was like the ketamine trial, like ketamine was on trial. But I also think it works for people, and I think it worked for her. And who's to say, you know, but I also almost got approved for the treatment, but I didn't do it either.
The Palatine treatment, yeah. They all kind of blend together, right? After a while, all these depositions.
But
Okay. We ready to bring in the jury?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
Yeah, they have statisticians working here. They have a whole team. The defense is a whole team of people. And yeah, Greg Anderson put his house up for this trial because don't forget,
Okay, welcome.
when you're a plaintiff lawyer, you have to bankroll the trial. And who's giving you the money? I mean, yeah, I mean, they were getting a little bit from the family, but they had nothing. The wife had died. Greg Anderson, the main trial lawyer here for the plaintiffs, put his house up for this. He, like, gave everything he had to try this case.
Everybody, please be seated. I want to confirm, while you were away for this 3-day weekend, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Did you all have a good weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, call your next witness, please.
Dr. John Wassenauer.
Okay, we'll go. How do I do this? Oh, shit. Did I do it? No comments on stage. All right. Okay.
I did.
All right. Thank you. It's not moving, though. It's not. This is a pain in the ass. Sorry. I'm screwing around with the comment thing.
John Wassner?
And have you been called here as the Kowalski's family doctor?
Yes, sir.
And so have you treated then Maya Kowalski, Kyle Kowalski, and before her passing, Beata Kowalski?
I have.
Just curiously, have you ever treated Jack Kowalski?
Not to my knowledge.
So I'd like to get the jury to know a little bit about you. You grew up in St. Petersburg, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then attended St. Pete College, University of Florida.
Yes, sir.
And you did a mixed internship residency in pediatrics and internal medicine.
I did a dual combined residency in adult internal medicine and pediatrics.
And where
at
did you
Duke
do that?
University.
And where did you do that?
Duke University.
So these two specializations, can you tell the jury just a tiny bit about the
Give me 1 minute,
choices
guys.
you made, the pediatrics and internal medicine, what you wanted to do in your career?
Okay, so basically, the program is the same as a conventional pediatric program, an adult program. It just combines the requirements of both programs into an accelerated training, if you will. We have to sit for the same boards as straight adult internal medicine physicians do, and the same boards as straight pediatric physicians do. My original intention when I was making my way through medical school was to do pediatrics, but after an experience on an externship in the islands, I came back and Duke happened to send me a flyer on their program for internal medicine and pediatrics, and that's what I decided was for me because I enjoyed the spectrum of seeing babies up to the geriatrics. It really appealed to me.
It's gratifying. And what are the additional or different attributes, qualifications in dealing with children over adults that you have noticed? And I'm speaking of this in terms of why you chose pediatrics.
Well,
If that's
I
a
was
bad question. Let me know. I'm known to ask.
a little confused. I always tell my patients and people who ask, why do you do that? I say it's the two ends, the young and the very old that are similar. It's the people in between that are different. And so it's really not that much of a stretch. You just have to keep in mind where people are at this point in time in their growth and development.
And are you board certified in both?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been board certified?
33 years.
And how long have you been in practice?
33 years.
So, so the jury knows your group is called First Physicians of Sarasota? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
And is that part of Sarasota Memorial Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And through that, do you and do you still do your own pediatric hospital work?
Up until 2018, we admitted to both hospitals, everything from pediatrics to adult internal medicine. Now the group, our inpatient work is limited to newborns.
How many years did you spend practicing in hospitals in the sense of admissions following patients there?
So that would be probably 28.
And over the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to treat patients with CRPS?
I've had a couple of adult patients. Mine was my first pediatric patient.
Outside of CRPS, have you treated other chronic pain patients?
Absolutely. It's a big part of the practice.
And so did there come a time that Maya Kowalski and the Kowalskis, Kyle, Maya, Beata, became patients of yours?
In 2014, 2015.
Yes. All right. And so through the course, and do you continue to treat them to this day?
I do.
Approximately how often do you see them?
Depends on what's going on. Recently, maybe once or twice a year.
Okay. And then up until, let's say, the summer of 2015, how would you describe Maya's health?
It was good. She wasn't different than a lot of my other pediatric practice. She had asthma, she had some allergy issues, but that's pretty common in pediatrics.
Now, as a pediatrician, are you required by the state of Florida that if you see any signs of confirmed signs of child abuse that you have to report?
Absolutely.
Overruled. You can answer that question.
Sorry?
You can answer the question.
Yes, sir. I'm compelled to report it.
Tell the jury about Beata Kowalski from the times that you saw her and know her. What was she like in your professional view as a mother?
As a mother, she was very attentive, and I feel very loving towards her family and her children. Very concerned about them always when I saw her.
Did you ever see at any time any indications whatsoever that Beata Kowalski contained any signs, warning signs, troublesome indications that would indicate that she might be in any way abusive to either of her children?
No.
So then, as the care progressed, then did there come a time when Maya started to have unusual pain symptoms?
That was after her July admission, when everything started.
Okay. And so let's look at, if we can, 1066-003. And we can pull it up here for you, Doctor, I think. And the date of this, for the record, is a visit of September 2nd, 2015.
Yes, sir.
And we've got this before you here. So what was going on with Maya at this time, just generally?
According to my note, that this was a follow-up of a series of ER visits and hospital visits. And she had asthma exacerbations and had been requiring steroids and had actually been admitted to All Children's on July 7, 2015 with an asthma exacerbation.
Does it say there how long she was? And I'm not sure it does. I'm not suggesting that it does, but
She was discharged on the 11th, it says.
all right. So 4 days there at Johns Hopkins.
Mhm.
All right. And so it says here she's had tremendous difficulties with pain control requiring high levels of analgesia. And did you see her then at this time and physically examine her on September 2nd, 2015?
Yes, I did examine her.
And what did the examination reveal, if anything?
Can you pop up to the next page, please?
Yes, that would help.
All right, that basically I did not have any focal findings on that particular time.
All right. Now, it says there steroid-induced myopathy with severe intractable pain. Now, at this point, had anyone ID'd, if you will, CRPS?
No, sir.
Best of your knowledge. And had you seen Maya enough times at this point to be able, or strike that, had she expressed symptoms?
Getting a little janky here. Yeah, you still going? Yeah. That's not me. It's on crime. Come on.
Condition.
Absolutely not.
Sorry about that. That wasn't me.
Parent who's seen their child suffer and feels like they haven't gotten adequate resolution or control of that is going to be extremely stressed until that situation is met.
Now, underneath the current medications.
Hey, Shelley, thanks for coming.
Whether, and on the next page plan, it also talks, what I'm trying to inform the jury of is what meds were you and what meds did you receive back from that had been previously described by All Children's or someone else?
Okay, so there's quite an extensive list of.
I mean, they'll probably get into it, but I believe there's like an inhaler. They do infusions or injections of ketamine. I mean, Melanie doesn't even like mentioning this stuff on her channel because you know, it's not a YouTube friendly thing, but you know, we're getting into it here.
Medications at the time I saw her on November 5th. Basically all those, she came to me with those from other physicians. The only change I made was to put her on a more powerful acid blocker to try and get her some improved control of her GI symptoms.
And again, at this point, any signs of conversion or factitious disorder or any other psychiatric, psychological problem?
Not by my account.
Let's then go to what's been previously marked into evidence as 1066-0009. For the record, Your Honor, this is a visit of December 17th, 2015, again, about a month and a week after the last one. So what's going on here now?
Okay, so now
it is the basis of the trial.
She has come back to me from her trip.
This is basically the,
where she underwent the,
I mean, it's the Maya trial, but it's also
for 5 days.
The prosecution, if you will, of ketamine itself. So.
And I take it that you knew she was going to do the Mexico trip before they went?
Yes, sir.
And from your research, what were your thoughts of Maya undergoing this? And first, let me ask you, in your review, did it appear that Maya had already been treated with the typical, if you will, first stage treatment of CRPS by this point?
I'm not sure of the actual question, so why don't we start with
That may not have been a question. What I'm trying to get at is, what, if any, investigation did you do in looking at whether Maya's trip to Mexico was warranted from prior care?
So basically, Maya had been tried on the usual things that pain management does. And we do a significant amount of these conventional things in primary care, use of different non-narcotic pain medications, things called like tramadol, and I think the ketorolac, and I see a clonidine in there. At one point she was on things called gabapentin. So they had really run through the usual list of things that we try outpatient for pain control.
And had she been through the regimen of OT, PT?
Yeah, she's been trying that all along.
And for the jury, what are those OT, PT?
Oh, sorry, yes, occupational therapy and physical therapy. They try and improve her conditioning and use of her extremities and try and prevent long-term damage or contractures or loss of use. One thing I should say is that when you have difficult to treat conditions that aren't responding to usual modalities, it's not unusual for parents to seek other options and other treatment, especially if they see their child is having ongoing pain, it's not being adequately controlled by the medical establishment. So I'm not surprised. I have a lot of motivated parents that, start doing research, start contacting institutions and things to see, okay, conventional stuff isn't working. What else do we have? And so that by itself isn't unusual.
And what was Beata's profession?
She was a registered nurse, specifically trained in IV infusions.
From your interaction with her, did she appear to have a good, bad, working, or excellent strike it? How would you describe her medical knowledge for an RN of her experience?
So Beata is a very intelligent, assertive female with an excellent knowledge base. And sometimes medical professionals push back against that. But
that's why they hated her. They hated the mother because she was, like a Polish immigrant, and she didn't take any shit from anybody, and she knew what helped her daughter. I mean, bottom line.
she knew what she was talking about. She was very smart.
And so there's been some testimony about risk factors in this type of treatment, the one in Mexico. What, if any, concerns did you have, and how did you resolve it within your mind as a attending pediatrician for the family?
Well, it's definitely an unusual line of treatment that certainly I hadn't had previous experience with. So, I know that the parents were looking to help their little girl, and that they had tried all the usual things, and so they were going after this. If I can expound on a moment, ketamine has been used. Ketamine is now used in a wide variety of.
Sure. You kind of need to wait for a question.
Okay, sorry.
This treatment involved ketamine. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about how your knowledge of ketamine influenced any advice you gave to the family?
Yes, Your Honor, Phil's been there to answer.
Overrule on that one. You can answer.
I'm sorry, rephrase it one more time.
Sure. Can you tell the jury, insofar as the advice you were giving the parents about this, how your knowledge of ketamine and whether that influenced it?
I did not have adequate experience with the use of ketamine in that particular circumstance to give them a good background one way or another as far as whether it would be helpful. But I had heard of a wide variety of uses for ketamine in the past, IV ketamine.
And was there any physician involved who did have experience in these?
That definitely falls into the purview of pain management specialists, especially if they're trying to complete or treat something like complex regional pain syndrome.
And had she been to Dr. Kirkpatrick by that time?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, did Dr. Kirkpatrick have the necessary history, training, and specialization to advise the family in that?
Yes, sir.
Overrule that objection.
So now, can you explain a little bit about ketamine and how it functions in this CRPS venue to the jury?
I am not an expert on the use of the pathophysiology.
How about what is the history of ketamine as a treatment?
Ketamine is used.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a lack of foundation. No knowledge or expertise been demonstrated.
Why don't you show more information?
Yes, sir. So through the course of your practice, have you had the opportunity to follow patients who have been through surgeries?
Yes, sir.
And have those surgeries involved sedation using ketamine?
Yes, sir.
And through the need to understand the patients,
The defense is objecting. They say he hasn't laid a foundation. I mean, they already know, the jury already knows about the ketamine. So this is just a rock fight between these two.
have you had the opportunity to perform research or otherwise inquire to ensure you had adequate knowledge of the function of this drug?
It came up during my training as far as pharmacologic teachings, but nothing extra on top of that, you know.
While not an expert in it, are you familiar with the basics of ketamine?
Hey,
as far as
58, good
general
to see
uses
you. Thanks
in
for
medicine?
coming.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask again, can you give the jury a bit of an overview of the uses of ketamine in treatment of various diseases?
So obviously, we're here talking about ketamine to be used in complex regional pain syndrome. It's also been used in induction. It's also been used, induction of anesthesia. It's also been used in refractory depression that hasn't responded well to other of our conventional medications. And that one, actually, you can get IV infusions of ketamine in Sarasota now for refractory depression by
Be right back, guys. I gotta.
trained specialists. And so it's not uncommon.
Is it FDA approved for that use now?
I believe it is for depression.
And so the use of ketamine in this instance to treat CRPS, what is the term off-brand or off-label? What can you explain to the jury what that means?
So frequently in medicine, a drug is originally approved for a very specific indication. Say, for instance, amitriptyline was originally approved for depression. We don't use it that much for depression anymore because it's not great for that. We have better drugs, but we use it off-label for sleep disturbance. We use it for recurrent headaches. We use it in pain management. So a lot of times a drug was approved for a specific indication by the government, the FDA, and later on through research and trial and error and things, it gets used for other conditions that originally it wasn't studied for. Most companies don't go back to the FDA and get those specific approvals because that's an expensive process and very time consuming and expensive.
All right, going back to the visit then, 1066-009, you noted that, quote, skin lesions she was suffering from have resolved. Tell us about Maya's skin lesions and the relationship to CRPS.
Well, one of the things that is described in CRPS is these nonspecific lesions that are on their extremities that sometimes can correlate with the activity of the disease, but to my knowledge, to present understanding, these lesions aren't definitive proof, so I can't biopsy these lesions and say, okay, that's a CRPS lesion. They've been noted by other clinicians to occur during the course of the disease, but at this point of our understanding, they do not help you nail the diagnosis, if you will.
Were her lesions improving?
Well, they had, I didn't comment on my note there that there was anything unusual for me to see, so by definition, they must have improved.
But you'd had skin lesions apparently before going to Mexico?
That's my understanding.
And this is after Mexico or before?
This one's after.
Okay. All right. And after Mexico, can you tell the jury whether she had improvement in her asthma?
Yes, she did have improvement in her asthma, and that is one of the things that her pulmonologist had commented on, that ketamine is sometimes useful for relieving bronchospasm and helping control asthma. So it has had a little side benefit there.
As to the latest research on the relationship of different skin lesions to CRPS, would you defer to the CRPS experts?
Absolutely.
And so it says still in a wheelchair, but can be touched and examined more readily than before. Can you explain to the jury what allodynia is insofar as Maya's CRPS and why this is important?
Okay, so that's a very important thing to appreciate, because until you've seen it on a patient, it's very striking. So allodynia is another fancy name for saying that a slight or a light touch, a normal touch, if you will, causes severe pain in an individual. So a light brush can cause excruciating pain. And it is one of the factors that's in the definition or criteria for CRPS by the Budapest criteria. It can occur in other conditions. I have another patient who had a cervical spine injury that had severe allodynia. And if you haven't seen it before, and I think that's part of the problem where some of these physicians, when they are assessing Maya, you think, well, this person's carrying on, they're being histrionic, they're exaggerating, okay? Because it doesn't initially make sense to you.
Sorry, guys, I'll be here with you. I'm just going to take a minute to stuff my face with something, and I'll be right back.
All I did was barely touch her, and she, jumped back and carried on. And for those people, it's a real thing. It's a real It's not a fake. At some point, they'll talk to you about the McGill pain score developed by a famous Canadian medical university, assessing different levels of pain attributed to different conditions. And it's very near the top. It's a difficult.
What is the McGill pain scale?
It is a scale developed at McGill University to show levels of pain attributed to various conditions.
Do we have that readily, or can we find that? If we can't, we can wait and move on. But and then if you'll let us know an exhibit number before we display it. It's not an exhibit yet. We'll hold on. Okay. So then you saw her again on February 22nd, 2016. I think we'll skip ahead of the interest of time on that one, and then go to what's been previously marked in evidence 1066-0013, which is your visit of April 1st, 2016. All right. So tell the jury what's happening here under a history of present illness.
Okay, so she had been getting, this is April 2016, she had been getting ketamine infusions 3 to 5 times a week for the month of March and was having physical therapy. At that time, she had had a port placed in her left lateral chest.
By whom?
All children, I believe.
By
Let me explain
Johns
to you
Hopkins, all
what a
children's?
port is and what they use it for real quick. It's just a device planted underneath the skin. We frequently use, say, in chemotherapy for cancer patients or for children who have blood conditions that require frequent laboratory studies or treatments. So it's a little device that's inserted underneath the skin. It has a tube that goes into their circulation. It makes access easier for their treatments.
And this was placed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you say here to schedule to get some IVIG treatment. What is that?
Okay, intravenous immune globulin. So basically that's a product that's used in medicine, purified form of a protein that's important in the immune system. IVIG has a wide variety of uses. Even in neurologic conditions, we use it to treat Guillain-Barré, which is the ascending paralysis condition. And in children who have immune deficiency and are susceptible to infections, we use it in that circumstance. So it has and actually there was a paper that they used IVIG specifically with.
Objection, Your Honor, the medical literature being used to bolster.
He hasn't identified it and he hasn't stated it.
Just overruled that objection. You can continue.
Go ahead.
There is a paper that wrote about the use of IVIG and CRPS.
All right. And then it says here in the middle of present illness, her appetite is variable, but she looks better. Can you tell the jury from what you recall, how Maya look better? What was significant to you, if anything?
Just that she had looked physically feeling better than on her previous visits with me.
More talkative, more movement, a little better? Okay. And then under impressions, your number one impression was? At the bottom?
The CRPS.
Okay. Now let's move then to what's been previously marked in evidence as 1066-0015. And for the record, this is a visit with you of August 11th, 2016. So now we're 4 months later. And how's Maya doing now? She's some 9 months post Mexico.
Okay, so she's doing her physical therapy in the pool 3 days a week. Make the remark that she's made significant progress. At the time, she was getting the IVIG treatments and scheduled to start ketamine treatments again.
And it also says she'd finished 40 hyperbaric treatments in mid-July. Do you know whether the KOWALSKIs were looking for other treatments to supplant the ketamine at this time?
They were investigating various options to try and bolster her and get her better. And that was one of them.
And ketamine treatments were fairly expensive, or do you know?
They're expensive.
So was this an attempt to find a more?
Objection, Your Honor. It's calls for speculation of state of mind.
Well, I haven't finished the question.
Okay, well, let's let him finish the question, but let's make sure it's not speculation.
I'll rearrange. What, if anything, was their goal in using the hyperbaric and the IVIG insofar as the continued use of the ketamine?
What did I think about the treatments of the
I'll
IBS?
withdraw. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, what's her weight there? Under physical exam?
29.4 kilos.
Okay. So what does it say there in this first paragraph under history? How is her appetite? It's a
We're
less.
talking about the August 2016 visit.
Yes, sir. Under the history of present illness, that first paragraph, last sentence.
Appetite was good, and she had a good weight gain.
So overall, now 9 months after the Mexico treatment, what was your impression of how Maya was doing insofar as her CRPS and overall health?
It was progress.
Let's then go to February 22nd, 2016. I'm seeing my out of the, no, sorry. I think we've already been through that. Yeah, we've already done that one. One moment. All right. So I'd like to talk a little bit about Maya's weight before and after she went into Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital on that October 7th through October 7th, 2016 through January 14th, 2017 visit. We're here about.
Hold on, Dr. Wassenaar. Dr. Wassenaar just pulled out some files.
Yes.
Okay.
I told counsel he's bringing his files, and we previously marked into evidence the one that we're going to use, which I'll reference now, Your Honor.
That's fine.
There's 2792.0-001, and then Dr. Wassenaar, if you have other records that confirm this chart, let us know as we ask questions. But if we could bring up 2792-001 for the jury. Okay.
Can I explain what this?
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. I just had to shovel some food in my face. I always get hungry this time of day. Like, I only eat once a day. So, anyways, a couple of you made it possible for me to do that, and I appreciate it. Thanks for everybody for being here, and we'll keep moving on.
This is?
Yeah, can you explain what this is?
Okay. So in pediatrics, we use growth charts for height and weight. Pretty standard from the time they're newborn up until 18. It's basically
I didn't make
graph
anything.
constructed.
I got something.
Children, the standardized.
I got a
on the
sandwich
bottom
from
of
up the
graph
street.
Is the 5th percentile, the top on this particular one, 97th percentile. Anything between the top and the bottom of the graph is considered normal. The dark line in the middle is considered the median, the 50th percentile. In pediatric, we use it to assess for deviations in the patient's condition. So for instance, if we get an infant that's failing to thrive, that they're following a particular line on the growth chart, and suddenly they're falling off that line, they're falling below, or conversely, if it's going up, then that's your cue to ask more questions, do more investigations, what's going on that they're falling off their growth.
Not to change the subject, but Charlie, are you talking about the Dr. Sarno that Howard Stern recommends about back pain or pain in general? Because I remember that name. Big Howard Stern guy from back in the day.
Curve.
Now, did I ask you to go back and look at weights of Maya immediately before she went in to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on October 7th, 2016, and your next visit immediately after her January 14th, 2016?
Yeah, only once a day. I'm on like a.
Can you tell the jury what your findings were?
Basically,
somewhat of a fasting
the
thing.
weight in August of 2016 was 64.8 pounds, and when she came out, she was 64.6 pounds. So no real change.
But she'd actually gone down 0.2 pounds?
Yes, sir.
So there's been a representation here that Maya gained weight during her visit. From your records, is that confirmed or rejected?
By my records, by my scales that we normally weigh her on, she was essentially the same or slightly less.
No significant gain at Johns Hopkins from your weights?
Objection, Your Honor, lady.
What if any? What if any?
If I had my way, I'd be shoveling
weight
food in
gain
my
at
face
Johns
all the
Hopkins was
time, but I
reflected, if any?
can't do that.
Nothing was reflected as far as gaining weight.
Okay.
Meanwhile, this guy's
Tell
talking
us
about gaining
Kyle
weight.
now. There was an allegation raised about Kyle Kowalski and failing to thrive with malnourished. Can you tell the jury about Kyle's?
An allegation from the, what I'm not aware of.
It's the same. Let's just ask questions without the commentary.
Tell us about Kyle's weight.
Kyle's been a pretty healthy guy, and I don't get to see him very much. And he looks,
Greg Anderson here is leading a lot, but you know, my thing is lead until they object, and then try to lead a little more. I mean, you kind of have to sometimes.
you know, like a lot of my
Not that I'm a lawyer or anything. It's just I find that like they'll lead until they're told not to because it's easier to ask questions.
other teenage males, long and slender, and can probably get you out of house and home. So I don't have any concerns regarding Kyle.
Yeah, it's a pink lemonade mix that I kind of really watered down because
There kind of time that hang on.
sometimes the stuff is too strong, like it's too sugary. I gotta like mix it up.
I wanted to continue on then onto 1066-10017.
Yeah,
And
it's
this is a
kind
visit
of intermittent
January 18th,
fasting.
2017.
I just try to eat
Noting for the
minimally,
record that Maya had
no
left Johns
snacking,
Hopkins
anything
Children's
like that.
Hospital on the
And then
14th.
once a day, I lose my mind and like
Now, if you would just review that again.
stuff my head,
1066-0017.
and then you know, and then try to hold off until the next day.
Yes, sir.
So basically, this is the first time I've seen myosis coming out of all children's, and it was, as I made the comment, a terrible ordeal. I made the comment that Child Protective Services stepped in and removed custody of Maya from the parents, and that they were accused of Munchausen by proxy, and labeling the child as having a fictitious disorder or a conversion disorder.
Again, had you ever seen any signs of that as the family pediatrician?
No.
Basically, the defense is saying she's a faker. She's a 10-year-old little devious faker.
How was Maya doing physically after the ministrations of Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
Not great, but she was grateful to be out of the hospital.
Okay. And it says that in the middle there, Maya continues to have great difficulties and is in worse physical shape than when she went in.
Yes, sir.
You see that? Was that your observation at the
That's my
time?
observation.
And then it says prior to her being admitted, she was able to push herself around the house with a wheelchair and do transfers back and forth from the chair to the wheelchair. And was she able to do that now that she's been in there for 3.5 months?
She was much more sensitive to the pain.
Did it appear that the CRPS had improved or gotten worse from your
Gotten
perspective?
worse, in my opinion.
Then at the bottom of the third line, or fourth line up from the first paragraph, history of.
Yeah, I gotta have coffee. Although I didn't have it today, I ran out. I gotta go out and get more. But yeah, from what I'm seeing in the chat, we're all just trying to keep going, you know, get better, and you know, try to watch what we eat, and you know, drink and eat things that help us. You know, I'm going to be 53 March 1st, so it's not like it used to be. I could do anything I wanted and it wouldn't make a difference.
Illness. Did you note some scattered lesions on her arm?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury whether these appear to be substantially the same as the lesions that you had noted prior to her going in to Johns Hopkins? Do they look the same, generally the same as the ones you've seen?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so she is going then to see a specialist in Rhode Island.
Yes, sir.
And by this point, her mother's passed.
Yes, sir. She passed on January 7th.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, if we can, about the time period when the KOWALSKIs went in on October 7th. Over this period, those first few days at Johns Hopkins, what, if any, contact did you have with anyone there?
I received a call from a resident physician from All Children's just asking some.
I wouldn't know where to find
about,
mushrooms.
Her condition.
And how long was the phone call, would you say?
A few minutes.
I don't trust internet sites. You never know what's going to be a scam.
Did he explain to you that they were questioning her CRPS diagnosis?
No, that was not made clear in my conversation with them.
Did they ask you anything about your knowledge or your basis of knowledge as to whether there was any history indicative of Munchausen by proxy?
No, sir.
Did they ask you for any information about your knowledge of whether you saw any signs in Maya of conversion disorder?
Well, I'm not scared of taking mushrooms. I'm scared of where to buy them. Because unless you get like, you know, like a link from somebody, like, oh, like, you know, I'm just, there's so many scams. Just to give your, you know, your credit card number up to somebody like you don't even know. Like it would have to be from a trusted source.
Factitious disorder.
No, sir.
Did it surprise you when you learned what was actually going on?
Yes, very much.
Your Honor, surprise. Irrelevant. I'm sorry, what's the legal basis? Irrelevant. Overruled.
I got you, Linda.
What's wrong
Right.
with this picture? In other words, if it is, what are your concerns with the level of investigation with you under these circumstances?
If I smoke weed, I'll
If you're
just
considering
not happen.
a patient having conversion
Stuff is too
disorder
strong
or
these
Munchausen
days.
by proxy, in which someone is inflicting harm on a patient, it can be a very difficult
That's
thing
true,
to
Mary.
establish. And so you need to talk to multiple physicians and multiple individuals to get their perspective on, basically get all the information, basically saying, does this have basis? Does this have merit? And it's very difficult. The consequences are high if you get it wrong. If you accuse somebody of it, and it's not the case, it's a terrible thing. If you have a case and they miss it, and the child goes on to be, you know, subject to this, it's also a terrible thing. So it's
You know, this Munchausen by proxy, Munchausen syndrome by proxy is I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't know. When you get into each case, I don't know, that Gypsy Rose thing I haven't really looked into, so I don't even really know about that one. I really don't. I know that she's out of jail and she has a YouTube channel, I think. So
very important that you utilize all the information at hand. And you certainly, in the articles I've read, talking to the primary care physician is one of the big components of that.
And are you through those conversations?
Hold on one second, Mr. Anderson. May we approach? You may.
yeah, Linda, me too. I get all weirded out from it. All right, how long is this going to take here? Sidebar.
So there's no question pending, and whoever's cell phone's going off in the audience, let's turn it off, please.
I'm sorry, rephrase the question.
You can ask you a different question.
Yes. Okay. Now, prior to this, did I ask you to review
Yeah,
the
it gets
records
tougher.
of Maya's liver function? And those are related, among others, in 1066-38 through, and we don't have to pull these up, I just for the record.
Is that the end of the question?
Yeah, not yet. I'm trying to make sure I get the record straight here. Among others, 1066, 38, and 39. But did I ask you to review the Maya's chart insofar as her liver functions around the time that she returned?
Well, this video, this particular video was a little over 8 hours. And we are, what am I doing? We're almost a couple hours in. Almost been going for 2 hours. So thanks for being here. We're not going to get through it all. unless you guys really want to, but that's a long time.
from Mexico and from there on during the ketamine treatment.
Yes, sir.
And
Do we have clarification of where these records he's been asked to review come from?
Please do that.
yes, have you, all right, through the course of your care and treatment of Maya, did many of the providers provide you with their notes?
Yeah, Charlie, I agree.
Results?
They had pretty good prank
I saw
prank
the lab
calls,
results
though.
performed
They
by
did.
Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Hannah on occasion and saw their liver function test, yes, sir.
Remember Shoe retarded flu? That was a pretty good one.
And your chart, does it not, reflects notations from, among others, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and from Tampa General Hospital, does it not? And if you
My
have,
recollection, sir.
okay, and from Sarasota General.
Yes, sir, but I don't have those open in front of me right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Melanie wasn't crazy about that. Here, let me show you. Yeah. Sorry, give me a minute here. Little palette cleanser. It's not working. It's not loading up. Friggin' StreamYard, man. It's like a 2-second clip and it won't load up. Isn't that great? Give me one more minute. I am staring. Yes, I am staring into the screen because it's not loading up. All right, forget it. I tried. Jesus Christ. I hate StreamYard. I really do. Really do.
Well, for example, as to, I think this is Sarasota.
Staring at you all.
Memorial at 1066 3038 to 1066 0039. And on to 1066 0040, 1066 0041, 1066 0042, 43.
Sure. Question, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I had the record clear of what was in.
Yeah,
in
stupid
evidence.
April. Yeah, that's
Based on your review of the records provided to you, the blood work done on my.
I used my my merman powers and I sirened them onto the boat and then threw them off the boat.
KOWALSKI. First, did you have any issues insofar as cholesterol or other typical
I
issues?
had seen a.
I'm looking into your
I
soul.
can't tell you when it was that she had high cholesterol at one point.
Right.
I'm looking at
You will listen to me. I'm CossyG.
essentially.
Aboard the ship. Come with me.
And working backwards then, in your review, did you see any indications that the ketamine treatment was causing any damage or problems to her liver?
No, sir, I did not see that.
I know. We should start a
If
space.
Maya had had any difficulties with cognitive function
Diabolical behavior by me.
as a result of her ketamine treatments, did you see, and I'm just asking this, I don't know, and did you see her enough times to be able to tell if she was displaying some?
I never saw any evidence of cognitive dysfunction with my.
There was a medical referral form, and I think this one, make sure I've got the date here. I believe it's a 1066-0097, the one immediately before or during the period of time of relapse. let's pull it up and see if we got the right one here. This is in evidence and part of his record, Your Honor. All right. Now, did there come a time
Hey, Miss
on a
Jess,
medical
thanks for coming.
referral form where you had written to the school board various reasons why Maya should stay in her homeschooling program rather than going back into school? This is before the Johns Hopkins admission.
Okay. Yes, and I've done this in a number of circumstances with other
We just hit 2 hours, people. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
children with chronic medical conditions. It was my opinion that in this circumstance, with her complex medical history and the things she's been going through, that she was best served by continuing her hospital homebound status, meaning that teachers would come and work with her at home, and that way she could go get her treatment, she could get physical therapy, she could get the things that she needed to do. And it was my opinion that she would be best served by doing this.
So, for instance, where at least one of them reflects that some of the medications that Maya takes may cause some lack of function. Was that because you're actually observing it, or because the school board needed some reasons why?
The board needed a reason. It wasn't trying to work within the parameters they give me. The medications that she was on, in theory, could have caused difficulties, but I did not witness those.
Was this a chance? Was this just the family asked you to help them, and you were trying to help them with?
Yes.
All right. Now,
Kim is Ladybug. Miss Jess is here. You can't see her? I don't know why that would be.
I noticed also in your records you received several notes from Johns Hopkins, both before and after the Mexico trip. And I'd like to take you through one before and one after. There is one which has been previously marked into evidence as 1066-0103. And this is from Dr. Anthony Kreisman, Tony Kreisman. It's dated August 17th. Maybe that's the wrong one. Make sure I got
I mean, Kim is Ladybug. Do you have her blocked for some reason?
the right one.
I can't think of anything else. Everybody else can see her. Maybe you did it by mistake.
Okay. Let's show instead, wrong year, sorry about that. Exhibit 1066-106 and 1066-0107. So it's 0106, 0107. First, on dash 01006, at this time, how many medications did Dr. Kreisman at Johns Hopkins note that Maya had?
There are 17 on her medication list. Another witness record.
Let's just go with legal.
17 medications at the hospital. The hospital is vehemently objecting to the line of questioning, saying the document speaks for itself, but you really can't read the document, so the jury wouldn't know that.
Then sustain the objection.
Predicate.
Still sustain.
All right. And so does it reflect
They
there
won that one.
that Dr. Kreisman was noting that Maya was receiving ketamine infusions
Same
at the top?
Same objection.
As part of his file. So
No,
no,
we'll overrule this one, but we're not going to read the entire file here.
no.
No, he's just asking about the medications, dude.
And does it indicate also that she had begun
Listen.
hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
Yes, sir.
I already know these. Like, if you haven't watched this, I can't hate these defense lawyers more. I really can't.
If you look then on the next page, can you tell us the note from Dr. Kreisman back to you under the physical examinations?
There you go, Kim.
He was reporting to you in terms of, let's see.
Same objection, Judge. We apparently need to approach.
Do we need to approach Mr. Anderson? Because I'm going to sustain the objection.
Judge, I'm just asking him whether he was advised by the hospital on a particular point.
Sustain the objection. Let's move on.
The document can't speak for itself. You can't fucking see it.
So how is Maya doing of late? Strike that. Did there come a time after
Now he doesn't know what to
she
ask.
left Johns Hopkins that she had a relapse? Obviously, part of the CRPS.
She had a period where her weight went down dramatically and she again developed pain in her extremities.
Yeah, I'm not saying they were all like bad meds or anything, but also I think the point is they weren't like giving her anything. She had been on, besides the ketamine, she was on opiate-based pain meds. Am I buffering here? What's going on? Somebody said I'm buffering. If I'm not buffering, please. Okay. Yeah, it's just nothing meds, but also it kind of makes the point that they didn't even detox her from the stuff she was taking. That's the problem I see in it. She was taking a bunch of opiate-based stuff and they did nothing. Can you imagine having CRPS, being 10 years old and coming off a bunch of opiates in the hospital? And they ain't giving her anything for it?
And was it necessary then to hospitalize her?
It became necessary to hospitalize Maya when all our measures trying to get her weight up and to treat her effectively as an outpatient failed. And we were very sensitive to the fact that the last thing that Maya and her family wanted to do was go back in the hospital, and we tried as long as we could until it was clear we were at a dangerous point that we needed to hospitalize.
Did Maya want to go in or not go in?
She didn't want to go in.
Of course she didn't want to go
And
in.
did this involve a feeding tube?
Yes, sir, it did.
And Maya was complaining of pain in her midsection and extremities at this time?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, if you do, whether this was caused by something physical or emotional? And I'm not asking for the actual event, but if you know which it was.
I think it was caused by both. I think she was under extreme stress at the time, and I think things went south on us in a hurry.
Well, the doctor didn't really smirk. He's just trying to answer the questions the best he can. He's a pretty good guy. He's not part of the hospital team. You'll see those assholes later, for sure.
Now, insofar as how Maya is let me show you trial exhibit for marker identification 2375 and ask you whether this appears as part of.
Kim is Ladybug. She hasn't said anything in a bit. You might have to go up. Might have to go back a little bit to see if you see her.
Sent to me by Viata after the protective order was put in place.
Right. And then why did you place this in your file?
Just because I thought it underscored that, she wasn't being abused, that people weren't doing things to her that she, put her in pain and was, it underscored to me how much she loved her parents and how much she wanted to be reunited with them.
Did it advise you of her a medical and emotional condition?
Yes.
And this has been previously admitted, Judge?
Yes.
Permission to publish the original to the jury, but I need to show the witness first to elaborate. on some
Objection, probably.
May I approach?
One of from the clerk. The clerk has the original.
Now, on the back side of this, are there any imprints there that you noted?
There was some areas of increased coloration that were, I assume, corresponding to the kiss that she was sending to her family.
Permission to publish the physical?
You may.
Yeah, congratulations, growth. It's been a while for me too.
Members of the
So
jury, you're going to have all the
it
exhibits
sucks.
in the back room with you when you deliberate. So this will not be the only time you get to see this or any of the other exhibits.
ask you. May I proceed while they're observing that, Your Honor?
If we're having the jury look at something, we should wait. Doctor, can't be looking at your phone right now.
Sorry.
Himself or herself of the history of the family with, among others, the treating pediatrician is a breach of that standard of care.
I believe so.
Overruled.
I believe it is.
I want to take you back to one other point on the 5th of August, 2015, and I'm not sure where they, whether we've got that one to bring up real quick, but there was a prescription for Xanax and Celexa to Beata Kowalski. I don't know if you recall prescribing those to her.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose?
Maintenance medications. I'd say half to a third of my patients are probably on SSRIs or benzodiazepines these days. And so it's a stressful world out there, and we use the tools we
You ain't
have
kidding.
to try and get them through these stressors.
And were the Kowalskis going through at this point in 2015, before anyone diagnosed what was wrong with their child, a stressful period?
Yes, sir.
And did you then diagnose her as having any type of psychological disorder, or was this simply an episodic event?
No, I did not diagnose her as having a psychological disorder. It was simply given to her to try and help her cope with the stress.
Thank you, doctor. Their witness.
Is your cross going to be more than about 10 minutes? Just trying to figure out when we're going to take our break. It sounds like we're going to take it now. I see that one of the jurors had is that a question? Is it a question for the doctor? We need to wait until all the questions are asked. So we're going to move on to that. Members of the jury, we're going to take a break. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information about this case. And we'll call you back in about 15 minutes.
All rise, jurors exit.
All right, we're gonna get some argument here. Probably. Every chance they
Everyone,
got.
the jury's out of our presence. Dr. Wassenauer, while we're on break, you cannot discuss this case with either side. If you need to return your emails and calls, that's fine, so long as it has nothing to do with this case, okay? Any issues we need to address before we take our break? Okay, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. I appreciate it.
Oh, wow, they didn't have anything. Unbelievable. Nailed it. Sound will come back in a minute.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please go. 1, 2, 3. We've met before, haven't we? One now? Sorry, sir? We've met before. Yes, sir. Nice to see you. Let's kind of get a couple things squared away up front if we could. You've been treating the KOWALSKI family with the exception of Jack for several years, correct? Yes, and you agreed to appear here to testify on their behalf.
This is Howard Hunter. He's co-head counsel for the defense. Real douchebag.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to meet with Mr. Anderson before you appeared here today?
I did.
Okay. And he had a discussion with you about what your testimony would consist of?
We had some discussion about possible things that we discussed. Yes, sir.
Well, he asked you to review some records for him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And testify about those records.
Yes, sir.
And you are appearing here today as an advocate for the Kowalski family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're not just a witness, you're an advocate.
Yes, sir.
He's not just a witness, you're an advocate. What he's doing is he's doing the old trap. You're not, and he probably shouldn't have answered it like that. Yeah, he's an advocate. He should not have said that. Because now, I mean, I don't remember what happens, but I would imagine he's going to say, well, you're not just a friend of the court, me, an expert trying to help the jury. You're here for the Kowalskis. And even if that's true, he probably shouldn't have said it. So let's see what happens.
Let me take you back, if I could, to the first time that you saw Maya Kowalski. That was in 2014.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to belabor this, but she came in at that point to just establish a relationship, a new pediatrician in Florida.
Yes, sir.
And she came in with a diagnosis of asthma, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she had an action plan for the asthma.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever get her records from her previous physician?
I have a copy of their action plan.
Would you ever get her records from a previous physician?
I don't think I had anything from the Chicago hospital.
Well, you never talked to her previous physician who was transferring care to you, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, just for kind of a baseline here and for future reference, what was, I've got 1066-1, but the only reason I mentioned that is to call attention to the weight at that time.
What was the date of that, sir?
That was 11/25, check that, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
11/25/14.
Yes, sir.
It's 25.3 kilos.
Yes, sir.
Is your math good at that 2.2 times conversion, better than mine?
I have it converted someplace.
It's about 64 pounds, isn't it?
Should be. Let's see what I did with that. Well, we can do that, but there it is. So the conversion is 55.7, yes, sir.
Okay. 55.7 pounds. And that's as of your first visit with her.
Yes, sir.
And then you didn't see her again until September of 2015?
Or June 19th, 2015.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, that was my partner. You stand correct. Yes, sir.
So at that time, back in 2015, I think you told counsel that you were still doing hospital practice,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mhm.
And you mentioned something about you were on the medical staff at both hospitals.
Yes, sir.
That would be both Sarasota Memorial and Doctors
No, sir. That would be the two campuses of.
of Sarasota Memorial.
Mhm.
Did you have privileges at Doctors?
No, sir.
So were you aware at all of her ER visits and admissions to Doctors Hospital in the summer of 2015?
I don't think I had records of that until she came in to see me in September.
Did you know she had been to Venice Hospital in 2015, in the summer of 2015?
I don't have those records, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
But I was aware that she'd been to.
You weren't called in consultation to see her
No,
at
sir.
either Doctors or Venice,
No,
correct?
sir.
And when she went to Sarasota Memorial, you weren't called there either,
No,
correct?
sir.
And were you a part of her admission to All Children's on the 2 or 3 admissions she had in July of 2015?
No, sir.
You weren't involved in that at all?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And you weren't involved in her final admission in July of 2015 at All Children's before she went to Lurie's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can we agree but you did get the records from those?
Yes, sir.
And you did see the discharge summaries from those?
Not all of them, but I've seen some of them, sir, for sure.
Well, when you saw this patient in September, she had not just had those several admissions to all children's. And she had not just had this generalized pain that she presented to you with. She had also been to Lurie's Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any records at all from Lurie's?
Not that I recollect, sir.
Did you have any indication from Lurie's of the psychologists and pain management folks who saw her there?
Not at that time that I saw her in September.
Okay. And that was after she was discharged from all children's, correct?
From the July admission, sir?
Right.
Yes, sir.
And then she went from Lurie's to Tampa General, correct?
Yes, sir, for physical therapy.
Okay, and she was under the care there of a Dr. Kornberg?
I remember seeing the name, yes, sir.
Okay, do you know who Dr. Kornberg is?
No, sir.
You know he's a pediatric
I have no
rehabilitation?
knowledge of Dr. Kornberg.
Have no knowledge of it, okay. Did you know that she saw a psychologist and a psychiatrist at Tampa General?
I was aware.
And you know what her discharge diagnosis from Tampa General was?
I don't have those records in front of me. I think it was conversion or somatization or something to that effect.
Okay. So when she presented to you on September 2nd, 2015, you had not seen all the discharge summaries from her admissions to all children's. You had no knowledge of Lurie's, and you had Tampa General's discharge, but you hadn't really read it. Is that a fair characterization?
That's fair.
Okay. And you knew in general that there was a suspicion at Tampa General after a month of hospitalization, or close to it, that there was a somatic syndrome or conversion disorder suspected. You knew that.
I'm aware that that's what they thought.
Okay. So you see her in September 2nd, 2015, what, 2 or 3 weeks after her discharge?
That sounds about right. I don't have that exact
Okay, all
timeline in
right.
front
Well,
of me.
let's ballpark it.
Mhm.
Who was she seeing for physical therapy then?
Post Tampa General?
Yes, sir.
I'm not aware.
Do you know how many times she'd been?
No, sir.
Who was she seeing for psychological therapy at that time?
I am
She really doesn't need psychological therapy, which they keep claiming she does. They keep claiming this is a psychological thing and not a physical disorder.
unclear whether she was still seeing Eagle's Wings at that time or that was later dates.
No, Charlie, it wasn't
When you say
you.
Eagles Wings, you're talking about a practice. Do you know who it was she was seeing and what their
Somebody had come in on the first day saying, the hospital was right and stuff like that. And I just, I'm not having it. I mean, I don't know. She wasn't really nice about it. And also, you can't be stupid. You can't, I don't know. The hospital, in my opinion, is not right. And she was saying, the doctors are good and they were correct, and it's just not correct.
credentials were.
No, sir.
The reason I ask is that when you saw her that September, you talk about her stormy course over the summer. She was wheelchair bound, correct?
Yes, sir.
So she was unable to get out of a wheelchair, unable to function. And the history was that the specialists at Tampa General and the specialists at Lurie's were suspecting a conversion disorder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just didn't think that fit.
I did not think that fit.
Okay. Well, they had seen the patient for
I mean, maybe she needed psychological, help or assistance, but it's not really the basis of her problems. She probably needed a lot of psychological stuff after she got out of the hospital here. Yeah.
several week hospitalization. And then that which followed a several day hospitalization. They had done, well, let me just stop there. Did you pick up the phone at that point and talk to any of those doctors?
Right. Exactly.
Ask, this is your diagnosis.
The defense tries to make it,
I just don't think it fits.
it was all psychological, and she was a little malingerer, 10 years old,
Did you know that she underwent?
and her parents were
study?
monsters.
Yes, sir. I was aware of that.
Okay. And did you know she had an MRI?
I know at some point she had an MRI of the brain. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that figure in your thinking at all?
All data for
Okay. Now, reference was made to an oxycodone prescription she had at this point.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who wrote that prescription?
Yeah, Howard Hunter is a real piece of shit. Maybe one of the biggest. Who's the biggest piece of shit? I mean, Sally Smith, Kathy Beatty, or as lawyers go, Howard Hunter, definitely number one. And we're going to see why.
As opposed to the one that she got a month and a half before when she was discharged from all children?
No, sir, I do not know.
Okay. Did you continue that prescription yourself?
I do not believe, I may have written it on one occasion, but I don't believe, I certainly wasn't the one that supplied her on a regular basis.
But you continued the oxycodone prescription that day, did you not?
I'd have to reference my record, sir.
Well, did you know at that point who she was getting that prescription from if it wasn't you?
This guy's got a file about 100 pages long. And yeah, he's talking about oxycodone. She was taking it. So then when she went into the hospital, they never detoxed her from this medication she was taking.
No, sir, I unless it was entered in my chart, I did not give it to her.
Okay. Now, with what you knew of what the diagnosis had been or the suspicions had been at Tampa General or Lurie's, did you hear anything about CRPS being suspected?
Not at that time, sir. No.
Did you know that one of the specialists at Lurie's had a special interest in CRPS?
No, sir.
If he objects, you just stop.
Shut the fuck up, Howard Hunter. Did you see that?
I'm not aware.
Do you know how many times she'd been?
No, sir.
Who was she seeing for psychological therapy at that time?
I am unclear whether she was still seeing Eagle's Wings at that time or that was later date, sir.
Well, when you say Eagle's Wings, you're talking about a practice. Do you know who it was she was seeing and what their credentials were? Okay. Now, with what you knew of what the diagnosis had been or the suspicions had been at Tampa General or Lurie's, did you hear anything about CRPS being suspected?
Not at that time, sir. No.
Did you know that one of the specialists at
Watch what he does when
had a special interest in CRPS?
watch.
No, sir.
If he objects, you just stop.
Yeah, zip it. Fucking son of a bitch. Sidebar. You got four lawyers at the sidebar. No, that was not Maya's lawyer. That was a hospital lawyer, Howard Hunter. Piece of crap.
Turning, if we could, to your physical examination on September 2nd, 2015.
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you note allodynia?
I did not.
Yeah, you know what? I thought about that. How would the manual fit in here? As a lawyer for the hospital, she'd probably be on the defense side, I would imagine. Which really kind of tells you a lot.
Did you note any skin changes in terms of color?
Not documented in my record, sir.
Did you note any skin lesions in your record?
Not at that time.
Did you note any change?
Let's ask the whole question and Dr.
He's not even letting them answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I had, sorry. Did you document, did you note any changes in skin temperature?
I did not document that, sir.
Okay. All of those things I've just talked about are potential findings for CRPS, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that now.
Okay. And to this point in your career, you had never seen CRPS in a child, is that right?
That's correct.
You had seen it in adults,
Mm-hmm.
and you knew what it looked like in adults,
Yes, sir.
but you'd never seen it in a child in 30 some odd years, correct?
Correct.
It's the first time for everything, isn't there?
And you saw no indication of that in the records from Tampa General or all children's that you saw?
Oh, the CRPS, sir?
Yes, sir, of suspicion of CRPS.
No, sir.
All right. Now, on that date, what was the patient's weight?
25.5 kilos again.
No change in close to a year?
Let's see. 1, 3, 15. Yes, sir.
Then you next saw this patient on October 15th?
Yes, sir.
And this was after she saw Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've talked to the council about what you knew of Dr. Kirkpatrick or didn't know. You'd never heard of him before, right?
Correct, prior to that. Okay.
And you thought he was board certified?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that idea?
I thought that came up in deposition, sir.
Is there a
Where'd you get that idea?
AMA recognized specialty in CRPS?
No, sir. Pain management.
Pain management. Did you know whether Dr. Kirkpatrick was board certified in pain management?
Like I said, I assumed he was.
I'm sorry.
I thought I was told that he was board certified, sir.
Who told you that?
I thought the parents.
Did they also tell you he was board certified in neurology or something else?
No, sir.
But you thought he was board certified in pain management?
Yes, sir.
You think he was board certified in
Isn't that hearsay?
anesthesia?
That's basically, you have to be board certified in anesthesia
Isn't it often for the truth of the matter asserted? It's hearsay.
and then have a subspecialty in pain management.
In other words, you have to have an anesthesia in order to get pain management.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you thought he was board certified in both?
That was my impression, sir.
When you examined this young lady on October, well, first of all, let me back up a little bit. By this point, in October of 2015, your patient had already had several doses of high-dose ketamine from Dr. Kirkpatrick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know what the doses were?
No, sir.
At that time, did you have any familiarity with the use of ketamine, high-dose ketamine, to treat CRPS?
No, sir.
Never heard of that, had you?
Unclear.
I'm sorry?
Not sure.
Certainly never had one of your patients suggested to it.
That's true.
Had you had any of your adult patients treated that way?
No, my adult patients did not receive IV ketamine.
So you don't use ketamine in your practice,
No, sir.
and you've never heard of it being used in a child with CRPS. Is that right?
Up until that point, correct.
Okay. And you never heard Dr. Kirkpatrick?
That's true. He was operating out of Tampa.
You knew who the folks were at All Children's, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try something. Hopefully I don't.
I don't know a lot of their staff. Yes, sir.
You know how to contact
I'll
them.
go right back to it if I
You
swipe
still
out.
refer to All Children's, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Fairly frequently, correct?
I pick and choose.
Okay. You sent a number of cases up there this year, right?
Probably fair to say.
All right. Point is, you know how to contact Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Is that right?
Mhm.
There's a special line for doctors to call in.
Yes, sir, but that's not how it normally works.
Okay, well, you know how to contact the doctors up there, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you got a dial pad on your phone.
Mhm.
Okay. In any event, in 2015, when you saw this patient and heard about the ketamine she was getting,
There she is, everybody. Hey, Dusty, you try working this thing. It's not easy. See, I fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
that's a new finding, right?
Sorry. I had to show the nanity.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't dope that
No.
the previous month.
Hey, I'm trying. What can you
Yes, sir.
do?
Okay.
You try
So
streaming.
after
It
the
sucks.
first round of ketamine, she's got a new finding that makes examination of her more difficult, right?
That's my understanding, sir.
And on that particular day, when you did your physical examination, Did you find any indication of skin lesions?
There's nothing documented there, sir.
Well, given the diagnosis, that would be significant, wouldn't it?
Again, the skin lesions aren't used for criteria for diagnosed CRPS, sir.
But they're significant to the diagnosis, correct?
It's not what I would use to make the diagnosis, sir.
It's one of a constellation of symptoms you might consider, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're
I call her Skinwalker Nanch. That's what I call her.
considering making a diagnosis of CRPS and you find skin lesions, that's a significant finding, isn't it?
I disagree. It's not part of the criteria used to diagnose that.
But it's
something-
consistent with the disease, right?
You can have skin lesions for different causes. We already established they're non-specific.
Okay. So you couldn't tell.
Fucking defense is trying to twist this guy up into knots.
Well, back up. I'll cover that in a minute. Let's do this. Let's talk about changes in skin temperature. Did you find that on October 5th? Excuse me, October 15th, 2015?
No, sir. I was already in agreement with the diagnosis from Dr. Kirkpatrick and was not performing that kind of exam on her.
So you just accepted his diagnosis?
It fit. She met the criteria based on his description and his notes.
So you had his notes?
I did have them.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. That's my recollection.
Your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Did you see his video?
It's what he remembers.
Not at that time, no, sir.
Have you ever seen a video of his first visit with this young lady?
No, I have not.
At that time, what medications was this young lady on?
We're talking October 15th, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. She was on albuterol, which is a bronchodilator for her asthma, baclofen, which is a type of muscle relaxant, clonidine, which can be used for pain relief. She was on diazepam, which is Valium, which is a tranquilizer. She had access to an EpiPen, which is an epinephrine if needed in a severe asthma attack or allergic response. She was on Flonase, which is a nasal steroid, fluoxetine, which is a antidepressant, melatonin to help her sleep, Miralax, bronchodilators, more asthma meds, and an acid blocker.
So that's a whole lot of nothing besides the diazepam, which is Valium. The rest of it is OTC.
How many medications was she on?
Looks like 11 or 12. Some of them are as needed medicines. They're not given regularly.
Now, you refilled her oxycodone at that point, correct?
On that one occasion, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have any idea
Oxycodone.
how long that was going to go on?
No, sir, but I wasn't, that was a one-off sort of thing. Normally she would be getting her meds from pain management.
Did you know that pain management, that Dr. Kirkpatrick expected you to do it?
No, there was no communication to that effect.
Um,
And that would be not following with the protocols for pain management. They tend to like to handle that.
Okay. You noted that she had been to All Children's for acute abdominal pain, correct?
There was so many, let's see here. You talking that specific note?
I'm sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself here. That's
I'll get
We'll come
this
back to that.
I'll get this StreamYard thing down eventually. It's a real pain in the ass. Most of the files that you want to upload, like the video files and stuff like that, if they're not in like a certain format, like an MP4, they won't take it. And you have to take said video, put it into a converter, put it into a different form. I'm just not I'm not there yet.
Okay, so you renewed her prescription for oxycodone and said you'd see her in 2 or 3 months. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Mhm.
So you next saw her, as counsel indicated, on November 5th,
Yes, sir.
and that's, about 3 weeks later?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, she had been to All Children's
Yes, sir.
with what proved to be obstipation.
Mhm.
Would you tell the jury what obstipation is?
I believe we discussed it, but it's basically a severe form of constipation.
That can be caused by narcotics and
Can be caused by
oxycodone.
medication use, yes, sir.
Can it be caused by oxycodone?
Absolutely.
Sure.
At that point, there was a conversion being made to put this young lady on a dilaudid an IV dilaudid patient-controlled anesthesia device, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that with Dr. Kirkpatrick?
No, sir.
That's a situation where there's an indwelling IV line.
Yes, sir.
That's a PICC line,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, do you ever order PICC lines to be placed?
Order PICC lines on people getting long-term IV antibiotics. Yes, sir.
And when you do that, do you expect the person placing the PICC line to endorse or second guess your diagnosis and your treatment?
No, sir.
They're just a technician, right?
Well, you place the order for the PICC line. Yes, sir.
And you expect them to put it in and not question why it's being put there.
Normally.
Okay. Now, the dilaudid is a synthetic form of narcotic, correct?
The defense names all this stuff and all this bullshit, but it still doesn't give you the right to abuse a 10-year-old in your hospital. And that's all this other bullshit is stuff that happened before. And, oh, did you know this? Did you know that? She went into your hospital and you abused the shit out of her. That's the bottom line.
Yes, sir.
And that also has a number of potential issues with it, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how long that was going to go on?
No, sir.
Did you ever discuss with Dr. Kirkpatrick how long that narcotic was going to be given to your patient?
No, sir. He was the person controlling the pain management routine.
Okay. Now, you did know at this point that the patient was planning to go to Mexico for a ketamine coma. Is that right?
Yeah, and I believe that was the. I'm not sure if I knew that date or not, sir.
Let me ask you to have reference, please, sir, to your note regarding your first visit. with
Hey,
the
Fearless,
hospital
thanks for coming.
of that same day.
Okay.
I think you'll find in there that there's some discussion of
Okay.
going to Mexico. Okay. Did you have any idea what the coma would consist of in terms of how much ketamine the patient would be given or how long she would be in a coma?
I understood it was to be 5 days, but the dosing was.
Yeah, what they would do is because the pain was so intense, they would put her in a coma for a few days. It's just, it's what they did. They didn't know what else to do. And apparently the only thing that worked. So yeah, it sounds awful, but this girl was in really, really, really rough shape, wheelchair bound, they didn't know what to do.
Not discussed. Okay.
Had you ever heard of that being done before?
Again, we were on new grounds there with, complex regional pain syndrome. And so I don't have a extensive background for people having received it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't have a large
He
pool
knows
of
what he
patients
said.
to draw experience from for that, sir. It's an unusual condition.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about that as long as you made reference to it. It's an unusual condition in adults, correct?
Yes, sir. It's an uncommon condition in adults.
Uncommon. But it's rare in children, correct?
More rare, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's rare in
Rare in
children, but she's one of the children. Okay?
Correct. Not in children.
And sufficiently rare. Had you ever seen it presenting as a generalized pain syndrome?
Have I ever seen it? No,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
No, sir.
Because usually it's regional, right? Name implies. Chronic regional pain syndrome.
More common in adults.
Hi, Left Shoe. Welcome. Thank
To
you.
be regional. Okay.
So you were dealing with a doctor you'd never heard of, a disease that you've never seen before in this setting, and two sets of treatment. The initial ketamine treatment by Dr. Kirkpatrick and now this coma. Two sets of treatment that you've never heard of before. Is that right?
That sounds accurate.
Yeah.
And you had no
First
discussion
time
with
for
Dr.
everything,
Kirkpatrick.
fucko.
No, sir.
When you saw her on the 5th, had her condition changed? Was she still wheelchair bound?
Yes, sir.
She was still non-functional?
Yes, she's still having this severe extremity pain.
And so she was still unable to go to school?
That's my understanding.
Now, at that point, you basically just kind of let Dr. Kirkpatrick drive the ship, so to speak. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't provide him with any input at all, correct?
Correct.
And you never tried to reconcile his diagnosis with that of the other specialists who had seen this patient, right?
No, I think that when you looked at his criteria, it fit the best of existing explanations. The chronic regional pain syndrome fit her better than anything else.
So you then next saw her on on December 17th,
Yes, sir.
after she'd come back to Mexico, from Mexico.
Yes,
right?
sir.
She's still in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
She's still not functional.
She could be, I made a note that she could be touched and examined more readily than previously.
But in terms of function, ability to go
She
to
was still in a
school,
wheelchair.
she couldn't walk. She's still in a wheelchair.
Yes, sir.
She's still non-functional. Correct?
But improved.
Improved. And improved meant her pain wasn't as bad.
Yes, sir.
It didn't go away, it just wasn't as bad.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, she's about to go back to Mexico again. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she's anemic,
Yes, sir.
and she's actually lost some weight.
A little bit.
Previously.
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was getting any physical therapy at this time?
I know there was ongoing attempts to give her physical therapy, but sometimes if she couldn't be touched, it's hard to achieve if she can't tolerate being touched.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever talk to a physical therapist?
No, sir.
Did you even know where she was getting physical therapy?
I think there was different places at different times, sir, so I'm not aware at that particular moment.
Were you under the impression that she was still getting psychological therapy?
I don't make a comment on that, sir.
So you didn't know one way or the other?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever spoken with any of her psychological counselors or mental health counselors
At any point in time or at this point in time, sir?
at that point in time?
That point in time, no.
So you didn't know who they were?
No,
You
sir.
didn't?
No, I'm confident she was seeing some of them.
But you don't know who.
Discussions with the parents. Mhm.
You don't know who, and you don't know under what circumstances.
Correct.
So you saw her for a illness visit in February. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you also saw her as counsel and you had discussed.
So they're trying to, she went to this doctor a couple times and they're trying to get in all this shit through him. He only saw her a couple times. He prescribed her some pain meds. That's it.
In April of 2016, April 1st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you know who was treating her with ketamine?
I'm trying to think whether it was Dr. Hanna or Dr. Kirkpatrick at that time. I'll have to go back and look.
Okay. Well, did you know how often, you make reference to multiple ketamine treatments. I think you say 3 to 5 times a week for the entire month of March.
Yes, sir.
Did you know what the doses were?
No, sir.
Did you know why it was she was receiving that much?
Because that was what was felt was helping her.
Well, then let's talk about that for a moment. Was she still in a wheelchair?
Don't comment on it at that particular time.
Did you think she had gotten out of the wheelchair?
No, sir.
Is your recollection she was still confined to a wheelchair?
That's my recollection.
And she's still non-functional? She can't walk.
Okay. You're being generalized and saying non-functional.
Well, is she back in school?
She's still homeschooled.
Does she have pain in her upper as well as her lower extremities, or did you note that?
In that visit, I did not necessarily note that.
Did you note any complaints of lack of sensation or weakness at that point, other than recalling that she was still wheelchair bound?
No, nothing else is documented, sir.
So at that point, well, let me back up. Did you note at that time any allodonia or dystonia with the patient?
The fact that I didn't comment at all on her neurologic exam means that she wasn't tolerating my touching her.
And by this point, can you just tell us how many medications she had gotten up to?
Well, see it in my notes, sir. I'm sure you know the number.
To tell you the truth, I want to make sure of my count.
Sorry?
I want to make sure of my count.
All right, well, we can do that. And a lot of these there's some vitamin supplements in there. There's some what we call PRNs, which is as needed. So we can do the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 19 or 20.
More.
Yeah.
Then you have a gap in your treatment of this patient between that date, April 1st and August 11th of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see her at all between those two points, right?
That's correct, sir.
Were you aware she was getting hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
I was aware.
How were you aware of that?
Beyond had told me.
Is that something you recommend for CRPS?
Let's diverge for hyperbaric treatment, okay? Number one, I'm very comfortable with hyperbaric treatment because I used to work as an attendant and an operator for hyperbaric treatment when I was a medical student at UF, all right? So I'm familiar with the different applications of hyperbaric therapy. And so I was very comfortable with hyperbaric therapy. There had actually been a paper for CRPS utilizing hyperbaric treatment. So I understood the parents wanted to try something different, something to try and help her.
Were you aware of any recommendation that CRPS patients try hyperbaric therapy?
I know that they had found that through their investigations online.
Did you refer her for that?
No, sir.
While I'm on the subject, did you ever refer her for any psychological therapy?
It was my impression that she was under therapy at the time she needed it. At no point did I see that she was crashing and burning and wasn't already established with a counselor.
So back in the fall of 2015, if I can back up just a minute.
Okay.
When Dr. Kirkpatrick first saw her in September and October, you were never aware of any situation in which she was becoming suicidal or mentioned being suicidal?
It was never mentioned to me, sir.
Did you ever see that in Dr. Kirkpatrick's record?
Don't recollect that, sir.
All right. Let's go back to August of 2016. Was she, let me back up one more moment on the referral. Did you ever refer her for immunodeficiency?
No, sir. She was already seeing allergy immunologists.
You know who that was?
She saw several.
Did you see Dr. Menendez?
That was one of them.
Did you refer to him?
No, sir.
Did you ever see the report that he sent you?
Yes, sir.
You saw it just before your deposition was taken in this case, is that
No, I
right?
saw it at some point before that.
Well, did you ever call him and
No,
ask
sir.
about any of his impressions of the potential for Munchausen by proxy?
I saw the notes, sir, but I didn't.
What's the legal basis?
It states facts, assumes it states facts not evidence, the records not evidence.
Overruled.
Subject to.
I saw the comment, but I did not believe it applied to Maya.
So you never talked to him about it?
No, sir.
And you saw that he did not diagnose an immunodeficiency?
I saw several other allergy notes that did document IG subclass deficiency in Maya. Okay, that I've seen laboratories, and I saw notes from, I think Dr. Tan was one, and there was perhaps another who did document her IG subclass deficiency.
Well, did you ever refer her to any of those doctors?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to any of those doctors about how to proceed with her care?
About what, sir?
How to proceed with her care?
No, sir.
All right. So when you saw her in August of 2016, was she still wheelchair bound?
She'd been doing pool therapy, and she was still in a wheelchair. Mm-hmm.
And she was still complaining of generalized pain, correct?
Correct.
And if I could ask for Joint Exhibit 1073, page 75, to be put up. Council asked you about your medical referral for homebound learning.
Yes, sir.
It was filled out at or about this time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you to look at it with me here. You answer yes. You scroll on down. You answer yes to the question of whether the student is suspected to be absent from school due to a physical or psychiatric condition or for at least 15 consecutive school days or 8 on a block schedule. You answered yes.
Yes, sir.
And then we skip down some, and it asks, that was a nice increase in size there. It asks at the bottom, is the student confined to home or hospital and full-time homebound or hospitalized? And you answered yes.
Yes, sir. I was trying to do what was in Maya's best interest.
Well, you believe that to be accurate, correct?
More or less.
Well, you weren't telling the school board a lie, were you?
No, sir.
And they said, do you recommend the student be placed in the most restrictive environment? And you said yes. that correct?
I wanted her to qualify for hospital homebound, sir, so that she could pursue her treatments and get her therapy.
And you certified under yes, number 5, that is the student under medical care for illness or injury, which is acute, catastrophic, or chronic in nature.
Chronic in nature.
So at that time, she had gained weight, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were asked to comment on her weight at All Children's, did you compare her weights in the hospital or just those at admission and discharge?
No, sir. I didn't have the linear weights done in the hospital. I just had my records.
Okay, so you never saw the indication in the chart that she got up to close to 70 pounds.
You're talking about controlled and uncontrolled.
All right, let me try to
different scales.
boost the
I don't know
volume
if
up a
they're
little
wearing
bit.
Clothes, what situation? In my office, we wear on the same scales, the same circumstance. So I put more trust in my weight than what's done in the hospital.
Yours are closed, correct?
Sorry, yes, sir. Mom?
But the answer is.
It's all the way up.
And have hospital weight change during the admission.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Incidentally, when you were seeing this patient, did you ever consider the diagnosis of a tethered spine?
No, sir.
Ever in your mind?
No, sir.
You saw this patient after she was discharged from All Children's.
Yes, sir.
You told us what your impression of her condition was at that time.
Yes, sir.
First exam is January 18th, 2017, 10/66/17.
That's correct.
And she's up to 29.3 kilos, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 4 days
Yeah,
after-
sorry guys. I believe the volume is all the way up. Yep. Home.
And you described your impression of what her condition was at that time. But it makes reference in your note to following up with psychology and physical therapy.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her psychologist or a physical therapist at that point?
Number one, we don't routinely contact the physical therapist. I mean, usually if they have an issue, they send us notes or requests. So
Did you
no, I
write
did
her a
not.
script?
Yes, sir.
You wrote her a script.
I don't know if she already had a script for physical therapy at that time or if we wrote it.
You
If
know
they
how many
requested
times-
one, I would have given one.
You know how many times she went?
No, sir.
You didn't follow up on that at all.
No, sir.
And you didn't know who she was seeing for psychological therapy.
No, sir.
Now, if we fast forward,
We just hit the 3-hour mark, people. Let's keep going.
here to
Please hit the like if you haven't. I think everybody in here probably has, but thank you.
September of 2017.
Okay.
Was she improving?
Yes, sir. I made the comment that she was doing markedly better, able to get out of her wheelchair.
And at that point, how long had it been since she had any ketamine?
Since prior to going to the hospital. Well, no, she got some in the hospital.
You got
Actually.
some in the hospital.
Yeah.
And
That would have been October.
You don't know what dose that was.
No, I don't.
And you don't know how that dose compared to what she was getting.
I know it was less than what she was getting from pain management. Yes, sir.
Substantially less.
I don't know substantially. I know it was less because Beata was requesting more.
At the time you saw her in September of 2017, what analgesia was she getting, if any?
At that time, there's no prescription analgesics that I see on my records.
As a matter of fact, she's down to 3 medications on your record, is that right?
Correct.
And she's not taking clonidine or opiate or anything like that,
That's
correct?
correct.
And did she then continue to improve after that?
The next time I saw her was January of 2018.
Yeah, until she had a bad relapse and then did a lot
Yes,
worse.
sir.
So
And she kept improving from that point. Is that right?
To a point.
To a point. And then she had a hospitalization in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever talk to the doctors over there?
I talked to Dr. Bornstein.
Okay. And his impression was of an eating disorder?
No, sir, was not.
What was it?
He distinctly did not make the diagnosis of an eating disorder. Okay. And basically his endoscopy showed limited gastritis, and he felt, my impression was that this was stress induced and that she had limited
Mobility.
this is a response to her stress at the time.
He didn't indicate to you that he thought there was a restrictive eating disorder secondary to stress and anxiety?
Restrictive eating disorder.
So now as a 10-year-old, she has a eating disorder as well. So she's just a nut. And her parents are nuts and everybody's nuts.
Means that you're not taking in the calories, okay, and you're doing that because she's having abdominal complaints. That is not the typical eating disorder that I see in young females. The typical eating disorder I see in young females, they have disturbed body image. They think they look good. They don't see anything wrong with them, and they're extremely difficult to treat.
With bulimia and that sort.
That's one aspect.
But as a 10-year-old, a 10 or 11-year-old, she doesn't have body dysmorphia. It's pretty ridiculous.
But yes, sir.
And she's never had that?
No, sir.
But she continued to do well since then, after that?
She got better, fortunately.
And she looks great.
And today, is she doing better still?
She's obviously under a lot of stressors. Stressors make everything worse. So I think the jury's out on that.
All right, Jen P. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
What, 6 years without ketamine?
Yes, sir.
And
Yeah, they weren't treating her like a child.
None has been discussed with me.
Thought she was just a little faker.
Indication for it at this point.
talked about what went on when she was admitted to All Children's. Were you told about the court proceeding that was going on?
At some point, I was told that there was motions made to try and get visitation for the parents.
Did you offer to help with that?
I did.
Did you ever, after you talked to this resident that you spoke of, did you ever call All Children back?
No, I didn't.
Why would he?
You know the attending physicians there, you referred to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call them?
I did not know any of the physicians that were on the service taking care of Maya. I had previous experience with the child protection team, which included
I'm not asking about the child protection team.
All right.
I'm talking about.
Oh, you asked him the fucking question, dude.
You refer up there, you know how to get in touch with All Children's Hospital, right?
I do.
Your phone's got a dial pad, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever call them?
No.
Why would he? To say what? Thanks for abusing the kid?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, asshole.
Mr. Anderson.
Insofar as not being able to use ketamine, patients before anesthetics manage to get over their illnesses, don't they?
Yes.
And the pain meds are not designed, if I understand your testimony, to be a cure. They are to make things better.
This guy isn't the enemy. I mean, he, was a family doctor. He saw her a few times. He's not really familiar with CRPS at all. He tried to help her with her pain. That's it. And they're trying to make this guy out to be a quack too. I mean, that's what a defense does in this situation, I guess. But you're gonna see some really dirty shit.
Could get through that easier and faster. She had to go through this without ketamine and just grit it out.
Yes, sir.
Have we?
Objection. Sustained.
From what you saw, was it more difficult for Maya to try to stabilize and get better without the ketamine?
Without ketamine?
Yes. Did she need the ketamine to get better quicker from what you saw?
It might have been helpful in that circumstance when she had the second presumed episode.
Meaning she had another episode, another relapse after she got out of Johns Hopkins?
That is my impression.
Now, getting to the number of meds, let's pull up what's been marked in evidence as 2002. I'll show you what is in your file, I believe. Well, actually, I know it is. And if we can go, is it the next one here with the number? All right. So this is the discharge summary from Johns Hopkins as of January 13th, 2017. So I want to go over what Johns Hopkins had her on or recommended. You see here where it says home medications and new prescriptions.
Yes, sir.
All right. So is Aquaphor a topic that can be used for skin lesions?
Yes, sir.
What is lansoprazole?
It's an acid blocker.
All right, next.
You have to scroll
Hang on.
the page.
Can we-
Okay, here we go.
All right. So the next,
Acetaminophen, pain reliever. Albuterol is a bronchodilator for asthma. Baclofen is a muscle relaxant. Cetirizine is an antihistamine.
right? And what's the,
Cholecalciferol is vitamin D.
Okay.
Ferrous sulfate is an iron supplement. Fluticasone is a nasal steroid. Oh, in that case, that was an inhaled steroid. The Fluticasone nasal is a nasal steroid inhaled.
So if, I mean, you probably know, but what the plaintiff lawyer here, what Maya's lawyer here is doing is saying, Howard Hunter said, oh, you guys had her on, 19 or 20 medications. And when she left All Children's Hospital, she was only on 3. So now this is a redirect to point out
Spray through your nose.
what the
all
medications
right, we
were.
have another one. This is the
If
last
you're
page.
No, you're talking like Aquaphor. It's like a, you can get it CVS.
Glycol is Miralax for constipation.
Bupropion,
Pregabalin
something
is
like a
Lyrica, which is used in pain management,
Bactroban you put on your skin.
and multivitamins.
Multivitamins, nothing
Was
in
Maya
there.
Kowalski discharged from Johns Hopkins with only 3 medications or with 13 or 14, depending on whether you see a vitamin as a medication?
On the list, there's 14.
And was she checked out with a pain med or medicines designed to combat her CRPS pain?
That was the pregabalin, which is Lyrica.
How about the baclofen?
Baclofen would also be used for that.
The following hospitals and doctors were cited on your cross-examination about why you didn't call them back. And there was Doctors Hospital, Venice Hospital, Tampa General, Lurie, and I think another doctor. To the best of your knowledge, none of those doctors were accusing the KOWALSKIs of Munchausen by proxy. were they?
Objection.
That's
Objection.
physiologist, sir.
The jury will disregard that answer.
To the best
You
of your
bring
knowledge,
that
there's no
up.
reason for you to need to call them back.
So the hospital is accusing the mother and, somewhat the father, but mostly the hospital who's dead, who killed herself, for having Munchausen by proxy. But when he brings it up, they object to it. And tell me how that works. And then the judge sustains it. But you're going to see everything flip.
And Beata Kowalski was, in fact, reporting back to you the next visit on what was going on.
Yes, sir.
Did she give a thorough history to you about the events in Maya's medical life, like a better term, since the last time you saw her?
She brought me up to speed on what was happening at that time.
Thus, was there any need for you to call physicians once you had the data from Beata Kowalski, the infusion nurse?
Objection, we,
The Beata was an extremely good historian, very knowledgeable medically, and they were very good about communicating to me what was happening with her and what the plans were and what they were hoping for.
And do you recall?
The mom, Beata, there was a court order because they accused her of Munchausen by proxy, and she was making her child sick. They had separated her from Maya for many months, and the mother spiraled into deep depression and felt helpless, and the eventual thing happened. So very sad.
As to the school homebound, whether that issue of whether she was going to go back to school in a wheelchair, as opposed to staying in homebound at home, that were you aware that that was denied, that she was forced to go to school rather, in other words, that what you wrote down didn't work effectively?
Sorry, just like the doctor did right there. I gotta stretch my neck a little bit here, people. Give me
I
a
thought it
minute.
was not in her best interest to go back to school and be stressed and upset when we've had this track record of having great difficulties when the stress levels go up. I was aware, which was the first time I've ever had them decline an application for hospital homebound. I still to this day don't know why they declined it, but I've never had that happen before.
And did it come to your attention that this emotional issue by Maya to having to go back to school, in fact, precipitated another relapse?
I'm not sure she's upset.
Not pretty long.
Anything further? Comments? Members of the jury, do any of you have a question for Dr. Watson? The attorneys come forward.
All right, maybe a jury question coming up.
In the notation record.
Is this in reference to Kyle?
Kyle, yes.
And she's got to sit there in court every damn day with her condition.
Were there any other questions or just the ones that were presented? Okay. Hey, doctor, who made the note of Kyle appearing malnourished and who had he been examined by?
3 hours and 15 minutes, everybody. Thanks for being
Is
here.
this in reference to Kyle?
Kyle, yes.
I'm not sure who made that reference.
The next question from the jury, is it common for doctors to collaborate with other doctors about their patient's care?
In a perfect world, it would be very nice. It is easier when you are part of the same system, such as my current group. We have we have a wide spectrum of specialists. We share.
I don't know where Maya stands now as far as treatment. At this point, I mean, she's got to be 20. And they're very private people. There's not a lot of updates and stuff like that. But I've seen somewhat recent pictures. She looks healthy. So also, I think you can follow her on Instagram. I think it's Maya KOWALSKI 1. I haven't been on Instagram in forever, so I wouldn't know. But I think she's doing well these days. I'm not sure how well, but I think, and I don't know that for sure. But a couple of pictures I've seen, she looks healthy. So hopefully she still is.
Record. So communication there is much easier because we can look on there and tell what's been done, what's been ordered. We can see the labs. Unfortunately, in the real world, when we are utilizing outside specialists and outside physicians and tests, it is very difficult for us to we don't always get comprehensive records. There is problems with communication sometimes, and it is, we can request records. I say half the time we get it, half the time we don't. So if there is when we communicate currently, most often directly is usually when I'm trying to get someone seen on an urgent basis to address a medical problem, because the current logistics.
I don't either, Lily. I don't.
To get in there and be seen.
I mean, I have one, but
common scenario in which I pick up the phone and call someone.
I should make a CossyG one, but
is when I'm trying to get somebody
too friggin' lazy.
Urgent medical condition.
Plaintiffs, any follow-up questions?
No.
Jurors, any follow-up questions? Okay, and may Dr. Rossmeyer be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rossmeyer, for being here.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure we're going to release him yet, but he may be.
Okay, so To the extent you're under a subpoena, it's possible you might have to be called back
Today or another day or what?
another day.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's another day.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm just, I want to know whether they hang around now.
No, you don't need to hang around today.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for timing based on the witnesses you
The
have this
tuft
afternoon.
of justice,
Is there a short
people.
witness or?
The tuft
Relatively,
of
our next witness would
justice.
probably be 20 to 30 minutes on direct, and I'm gonna guess 5 to 10 across. But
Given the other witnesses you have this afternoon, should we take a lunch now or?
I'll leave that to the jury.
I'm asking you, given the scheduling that you have.
All of our witnesses are here and can be here for the duration of the day.
Are you all okay to go another, sounds like 30 minutes, or do you want to take our lunch now? Yeah, I'm hearing, let's call your next witness.
All right, witness call Linda Brown.
All right, we're at 3 hours and 21 minutes. When we get to 3.5 hours, I'm going to turn the phone on. If you guys want to call in, let me know in the chat if you want to call in. If I don't see anybody, then I probably won't do it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're gonna go walk around and have a seat on that witness thing.
Oh, this is
Good morning, just barely. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Linda Suzanne Martin, hyphenated Brown.
And you and I have spoken on a couple of occasions, but we've never met in person, have we?
I think this is the lady with the traveling Mary. If you ever heard that Melanie reference, that's where this comes from as well. For the love of the traveling Mary.
Not till today, sir.
Have you been called here to testify as a member of Epiphany Church?
Not really
Are
sure.
you a member of Epiphany?
Yes, I
Church?
am.
Are you also a member of the Legion of Mary?
I am.
And on occasion in 2015 and 2016, did you come to know the Kowalski family a little bit?
Through Sister Francis, yes.
Just briefly, would you give the jury background in terms of how long you've been a resident?
If you guys want to call in a little while, let me know. If not,
I've been in Venice since.
we'll just keep rolling along. We'll see how long we can go
I've been
here.
a member of the church pretty much since then because I had my daughter in '98, so we became members full time when we had her.
And the Legion of Mary, would you explain for the jury what the Legion of Mary is?
There's two groups for the Legion of
Legion of Mary is also a Jerry Garcia offshoot band. He had a couple of them. One of them was the Legion of Mary.
Mary. The first group is the main group that meets every week. They have meetings and discussions about places to go and people to see, to help and pray for whatever their needs might be. They also have what they call a traveling Mary or a pilgrim Mary. She's about 3 feet tall, and she comes in a big kind of black box, almost looks like a golf club kind of bag, but it's all square. You know, it's long and rectangular. And she comes in the box and she has
For the
a big
love of the
crown
traveling
that's
Mary.
put on her head, and there's a ceremony that goes with it with a book that's inside of this box, all contained with Mary. We put rosaries around her neck, and then we pray with the family. We engage them with certain prayers that are in this book to leave the Mary with them.
I don't know what that is,
Do a
Spacey,
rosary with
but
this pilgrim Mary who's present in their home. And she's there for healing and hope and health, and gives a lot of us Catholics a whole lot of hope.
traveling Mary.
You happen to live in Stonewalk, which is the Kowalski's neighborhood, right?
It is.
And did there come a time in 2015 when you learned that Maya had a pain condition of some sort?
Was it 2015?
Right, you're not supposed to worship it, but you're supposed,
From Sister Francis, I was at
it
church
gives you
with
hope
Sister
and stuff.
Francis. We used to go.
They're
I went to
also,
daily
you
mass.
know what I mean? When it gets into the religious stuff, I mean, I'm gonna get lost, but yeah, it's a big doll. It's Traveling Mary.
That's when they had it then. And excuse me, I don't mean to.
Doing fine.
Yes, I just need to breathe. Sister Francis was speaking to someone about saying prayers for the Kowalskis, and she saw me and said, "They live in your neighborhood." And I said, "Oh, I will bring them the Traveling Mary," because Sister Francis was telling me that their daughter was ill, and my heart went out to her. So I wanted to bring Mary there so that they all could pray for the healing of their daughter.
And so did you take the Mother Mary to the Kowalski's house?
I did. And that was the first time I met Beata.
So I mean, we don't believe. I don't know when it comes to this religious stuff. They're Catholic, right? Is the Traveling Mary a bad idea or something? I don't know. You're gonna have to fill me in.
And I went into the home, and her sister was there from Chicago. I did not see Maya at the time. And the husband was there as well. And they were getting ready to go somewhere for some function. So normally when you come into the house with this Traveling Mary, you do the
Isn't that Jesus's mom or something? I think Jesus would be cool with it. You know, maybe, I don't know.
whole ceremony with the family, and you set her up.
While we wait for the next question, okay?
All right. So you went to the home, you met Beata, you met Jack, Maya, you didn't see her. You brought in the Mother Mary. You explained a little bit, but what is the normal process that you go through with the family when you unbox her and set her up?
We unbox her and put her in a prominent place. And then we put the crown on her head and the rosaries around her neck. And we say the prayers that are in this particular book that comes with. And the family gets.
I know, you learn something every day.
Look at the prayers so they can say them.
For the
together.
love of the
On that
Traveling Mary,
occasion,
you
you
learn
mentioned
something every
The
day.
Kowalski family was on their way out or something. So did you go through the ceremony with them at their house, or did you leave Mother Mary and trust that they would do that?
I left Mary with them to trust that they would do that.
And then how long does Mother Mary typically
Yeah,
stay
I don't know anything
in the
about
family's
it.
home or the sick
I
parishioner's
really
home
don't.
after you deliver her?
A week, or if she's not in need for someone else, if they need her longer, it can be extended.
Right,
So
right.
the duration is.
Yeah, don't send the Traveling Mary with a bunch of
and-
ketamine in there that she can lick or something. I don't know.
Who's waiting for her, or who needs her the most at the moment.
Did Beata and Jack appear appreciative that you were there with the Mother Mary?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And after a week, did you pick Mother Mary up or someone else?
No, sir.
Meaning someone else picked her
Mother Mary drove herself in her Porsche.
up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was in 2015. And then fast forward a little bit, sometime in 2016, you saw Maya during the 4th of July parade. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your interaction with the Kowalskis on the 4th of July, 2016?
Well, it was our whole neighborhood, and it was the Kowalski family and the family across the street, and we intertwined. And there was a big, huge slide. And my immediate thing I first went to do was to go see Maya, and I did. She was in her wheelchair, and I gave her a big hug. And I thought she looked so well, I thought that she could just get up out of the wheelchair any day. And I gave her a stick of huckleberry chapstick.
Huckleberry chapstick. Where's Ray from
She
Dallas?
needed to be at the party, and
So typical 4th of July
Yeah,
neighborhood with the
for the
parade.
most part, I'm staying warm. I shoveled a bunch again today. It's all done though. I'm tired. But listen, there may be a repeat over the weekend.
And you saw Maya that
The
day.
storm.
Is that right?
And I'll be doing another live on the ocean.
Is it true that the next time you interacted with the Kowalski family was when you got a phone call from Beata?
that is correct.
What was Beata's mental and emotional state at that point?
She was absolutely distraught.
Could you understand what she was telling you on the phone?
No, I could not, which is why I went over there.
Even the lawyers breaking up. They're very heavily emotionally involved in this case.
To speak with her so I could try to understand what she was saying to me.
And what did you learn when you got to the Kowalski home that day?
That Maya had been taken away from. Beata.
And so you resolved to do what you do and deliver to Mother Mary?
Joyce and I were bringing the Traveling Mary to Maya.
Let me ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You show up at the KOWALSKI home. Beata's distraught. What did you
Who's Ryan Hall?
decide to do?
The
to
weightlifter?
help Maya?
Ryan Hall?
I went over to see Beata
That's the
because
wrong
she couldn't
guy.
speak over the phone, and I didn't know what was wrong. And when I got there, she was crying and, snots everywhere and just
The weather guy?
so upset. And I kept saying, she kept saying that they took her, and I'm like, who took her? And she said the hospital.
I'm a weather guy.
I didn't understand any of that.
You see my ocean shit the other day? My God.
Is there an exception in this motion?
Excited utterance, then existing mental state. You were saying the hospital took her. You can continue.
And I didn't understand what she was talking about at all. I didn't understand that. So I was just sitting there with her to just, help her breathe. And then
Did he go to the Atlantic Ocean the other night in the middle of a blizzard armed with only an iPhone? I don't think so.
Jack came home and I left to let.
I'm only
the two of them
kidding.
be together.
In the next couple of days or the following week, did you decide to then deliver Mother Mary to Maya?
Yes, we decided that we would go, we would bring her to the Traveling Mary to the hospital that Maya was in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Oh, for the love of the traveling Mary, come on.
Other than we were praying to
Hold on.
other than we were praying to help a little girl who was sick. That's all we knew.
And you arrive at the hospital and you get up to Maya's room. And if you could describe the scene as you enter Maya's room.
I went in her room and she was sitting there crisscross applesauce, and I went over to her and she reached up to me and I hugged her, and then we were
What happened next?
That's her hat, man. She's a hat lady. What are you going to do?
just like
She-
darkness was
she-
there.
She
and
walks around with a traveling Mary. I mean, come on. That's her hat.
we were told to get out of the room. We weren't supposed to be in there. We I wasn't supposed to be touching Maya, and that what were we bringing? What was that? We tried to explain that it was, the miraculous, Mother Mary, and that we were bringing her to be with Maya so that she could pray. And they said that was not allowed and that we had to go. So we left the room.
And who's they? Nurses or doctors?
Just whatever that dark force was behind me. It just was dark. That's all, the only way I can explain it.
Okay, so what she just said, she's talking about a couple of the awful people at the hospital. And let's listen to that again.
It just was dark. That's all, the only way I
All
can
right,
explain
hold on. I'm not good at it. Hold on.
So we were beginning to discuss.
She's talking exorcisms? No. She's talking about the lady that wanted her to take the traveling Mary out of the hospital, and that she felt like a dark presence.
You said we. Who's we?
Joyce Sacco and myself.
And who is Joyce Sacco? She's not a member of the Legion of Mary?
She is a member of the Legion of Mary.
All right. So you knew at that point that Maya was at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and you made a drive up there. Can you describe a little bit?
The lady's fine. Come on, man.
I drove with Joyce in her vehicle, and we just prayed the entire way. We didn't discuss anything because we didn't know anything other than we were praying to help a little girl who was sick. That's all we knew.
And you arrive at the hospital, and you get up to Maya's room, and if you could describe the scene as
Listen.
you enter Maya's room.
I went in her room and she was sitting there crisscross applesauce, and I went over to her and she reached up to me and I hugged her, and then we were.
What happened next?
Just like darkness was there, and we were told to get out of the room. We weren't supposed to be in there. We I wasn't supposed to be touching Maya, and that what were we bringing? What was that? We tried to explain that it was, the miraculous, Mother Mary.
What a holy icon, the dark
She would
energy.
pray, And
Jeez.
they said that was not allowed and that we had to go.
Oh my God.
So
Who?
we left.
Friar Chad Rippinger?
Nurses or doctors?
Just whatever
Holy
that dark force
shit,
was.
you guys are really
I
into
didn't
it.
really-
Yeah, it is.
It just was dark.
It's where the traveling
Called me
Mary
like an
came
expert.
from.
And it was explained to them. You mentioned this is the Mother Mary. She's here to pray with Maya. Is that right?
That Maya would pray with her, yes.
And so, did they give you any reason that you couldn't be there with her?
They did not, no, sir.
But they kicked you out of the room immediately?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To the chapel,
What'd you do in the chapel?
prayed
Prayed for the dark people.
And where was the chapel?
downstairs in the hospital.
And were you praying for Maya?
Yes.
I missed something. Were you allowed to leave the Mother Mary with her in the room there?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't allowed to leave the rosary beads?
Exactly,
No, sir.
Jen
You
P.
weren't allowed to leave the prayer book?
No, sir.
And you went down to the chapel and prayed afterwards?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay there?
An hour at least, maybe more, because other people came in and saw us in there, and they had sick children, and they asked us what we were doing, and we said we were praying, and they came in and prayed with us for their children as well. So it was a whole group of us praying.
It was a whole thing.
At some point before this incident at the hospital, had you given Maya a rosary or a medal or something like that?
I've probably given them, I pass out miraculous medals, which I carry with me. Where are they? There you are.
Let me get through this stuff.
And she's a miraculous medal, and it has Mary on there, and it's on a chain, so you can wear
Mary.
it. And then there's a card that shows you the miraculous medal. It's a miracle that happened, and it explains, if I may, it's just real short. Okay.
Question it at this point.
Let's wait for a
It's
question.
given to
Ma'am,
people
let's-
for.
ma'am, let's put it down. Let's wait for a question.
Oh,
Is this something-
put the little Mary down, lady.
Yes,
Have you seen Maya recently?
yes.
Does she still have it?
Not aware of that, but I can tell you what she said to me when I gave her a hug.
How did you know when you were in the room that you couldn't leave the Mother Mary statue?
We were told that we had to leave the room and take whatever was in the box out.
I heard your earlier testimony that
Could be a ketamine covered Mary.
no reason was given. Did they ever present you with some sort of list of who was allegedly allowed or not allowed in the hospital to see Maya?
No, sir.
Your witness.
Ms. Rose.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I love your hat.
Thank you.
No, shut up, lady.
I
You
just
don't
have
love
a couple questions
anything.
for you. Before, well, first of all, you, as you said, you live in the neighborhood, same neighborhood as the
Yes.
Kowalskis, correct?
You guys never said, does anybody want to call in? I think nobody wants to call in, so we'll keep going here for a bit.
And you talked about the first time you went to the house and you brought Mary, but they had company or they were leaving, so you did not stay and do the whole ritual, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you had the second time when you went because Mrs. Kowalski had called you and you went there and she was very upset.
Correct.
Right. Almost incoherent.
I'm sorry.
Almost incoherent.
Yes. I mean, she got it out, but I had to physically be there with her.
Right. Understand. And it was after that visit that you went to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Right. And when you went to the hospital, you don't recall checking in with security
No, ma'am.
or getting a name tag.
No, ma'am.
Right. And is it fair to say that you were unaware as to whether or not DCF, the Department of Children and Family Services, was requiring background checks for anybody who would be visiting Maya?
Objection.
Legal basis.
Facts, not evidence.
Overruled. You can answer.
That's not
Repeat
something
the
you were
question?
aware of, correct?
I was not aware of any of those facts, ma'am. No.
Right. You had no knowledge as to what restrictions there were or were not with respect to visitors for Maya, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, you would certainly understand that, well, let's start that. When you went to the hospital room, you were only in there briefly, correct?
Seconds.
Seconds. And you indicated that you saw Maya and she was sitting crisscross applesauce on the bed.
Mhm.
She seemed happy to see you.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes,
You gave her a big hug.
I did.
She hugged you back.
Yes,
And then you were told that you had to leave, correct?
correct.
All right. And you said that there was some dark force. You're not talking about the room was dark. You felt some sort of
Yeah, it was like the
dark
devil was
energy.
behind me. We were the light coming in, and there was the devil behind me. It's what it was. It was dark. There's just it was the devil.
And then you saw Maya in the Easter of 2020. Do you recall seeing her then?
That was during COVID. If I may ask the question, it's all those years sort of.
Yes, I'm just going by your deposition testimony you previously said. Do
Can you
recall seeing her
refresh
at
my
Easter?
memory?
Do you recall
I
seeing
do,
her at Easter?
yes.
Okay. And your description was that she was walking like a beautiful, thriving young teenager when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Whitney, did any of the nurses that entered the room tell you to go downstairs to get a badge? You missed the security desk or something like that?
No, sir.
Did any of them mention to you that these DCF background checks were being done on supervisors, but not just plain visitors?
No, sir.
Were you there as a spy, or were you there to give Maya hope?
I was there to give Maya hope.
Were you there as a spy,
No,
or you were
sir.
there to give Maya hope?
I was there to give Maya hope.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Crowell, anything further?
No.
Members of the jury, do any of you have a question? Attorney, please come forward. Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Question from the jury is, did the Dark Force people say they could not pray with Maya?
Yes.
Any follow-up, Mr. Whitney?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Crowell?
Yes. Ma'am, isn't it that you were there for a few seconds, they came in and they told you that you had to leave, that you could not be there, correct?
Joyce was explaining to them that we were there to pray, and they said we could not do that.
They said you could not stay, correct?
We could not pray or stay.
Members of the jury, are there any other questions? May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, sir.
And Ms. Brown, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and let you go for lunch here in a couple of moments. And Nicole, I'm going to want them back, ready to go. Let's call it at 1:30, so it's a little bit shorter than an hour and a half today, okay? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Okay?
All right.
Free to go have a good lunch. Okay, the jury's out of our presence. Everyone feel free to sit. Are there any issues we need to address before we go on our lunch?
Yes, Your Honor. After lunch, we would like to publish the patient's statement of rights, which is admitted into evidence. We have an enlargement of it that is in color. It is the color off the internet. When it was produced to us, it was produced in black and white.
You think you get paranormal vibes from that lady? You should see the witches that we come into contact here later on in the trial. This lady, believe me, we'll see him.
And we
Would you
wanted to
believe it?
use an enlarged version. It'll be up here.
Would you believe
so
it?
I wanted to be able to point to things. And I think the objection is it's color, but the original one, if you go on the website, is color. So it's a demonstrative aid.
That's true. The aliens are definitely in the sky.
But I do object to publishing that without any context. He's going to publish that, and he needs to publish the DCF orders that do in fact modify that. So that thing in and of itself lacks context and is a 403 issue.
See, this is what the hospital does. Whenever there's anything that they don't like, they just blame it on DCF and be like, we got immunity. You know, sick.
The patient's code of conduct or bill of rights or whatever we're calling it is actually in evidence. Is that correct? Okay.
And that's the best revenge, bitch.
Does it have to be this afternoon, or can it be done at the same time as the other issues we were talking about at sidebar that I think we're going to have to hammer out tomorrow?
The reason we want to do it is
We're 3 hours and 45 minutes. Let me try to do something here. Now, stick with me. Hold on. I'm going to try to do something. Okay.
Provision.
Everybody, please stick with me, please. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on. Stand by, please. Okay. There we go. Stand by. Thank you. Stand by. We are looking for something. That's not, okay. Let me. All right. Let me click on. Okay. All right. No, I don't want. Okay. Let me. Okay. Yep. Okay. No. All right. I don't want it. No, that's not the one. Okay. I don't want to. Okay. Hold on. Stand by, everybody. Hold on. There you go. Stand by, please. Stand by, please. We're moving right along here. Somebody mentioned it. It's kind of become a staple on this show. All right. Okay. I think, all right.
Top to bottom. I don't seek vengeance. I don't have enemies. I don't do revenge. I don't have any derangement syndromes. But I am reality based.
You're not ruining my life, because my life is still fucking good. Unlike yours. And that's the best revenge, bitch. Is my life is gonna be good. And yours is gonna continue to suck, because you're a piece of shit. You'll turn on your friends. You don't even know what friendship is. You have no long-term friends.
How rude. How absolutely rude. All right. Do you guys want to go watch Jay? I mean, I can't stream it because I'll get struck for sure, right? If we do that Jay Brill thing, it's got to be hilarious. But I probably can't do it at the same time, right? I can't. That's a law or something. Okay. All right. Tell you what. Let's see if this works. Just hold on. All right. All right. Anybody want to call? Anybody? Hold on. YBE is going on with Crawford. Are you kidding me? That can't be real. Tell me that's fake. You got to be kidding me. That's wild. Anybody want to call into the CossyG show or what? The font is way too big for me. What, the letters are too big that you can't read them? Do you want me to make them smaller or something? I don't get it. Diane G, you're a joker. I think you're screwing around. You were being silly. That's what I thought. So does anybody want to call? I mean, I can't watch the Jay Brills thing because I'll be screwed. So I think, right? You can't do that. That's a rule, is it not? I believe it is. Hold on, let me look at something. Meanwhile, if somebody wants to call, please do. Somebody said they wanted to call earlier. Let me look. That's not the one. Okay. Let me switch over. Go like this. Nobody's calling, huh? Okay. You don't think Cab would strike me if I like went over his thing in real time? I don't know. Yeah, let's look. Well, he's actually going in 22 minutes with Jade Brill. Who do we got in there? We got a couple people that have been here before. I get it. So nobody's calling. You don't think he would? Oh man, I don't know. Like I'm scared to because I just started this channel and like if he dings me, I don't know if he can do it in real time. I don't know. Yeah, let me look at something. Oh, hold on. Hello, this is CossyG. May I ask who's calling, please? This is Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Hey, this is Linda, or literally this is.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can everybody?
I'm good.
I think everybody else can hear you. How's it going?
And you were like, nobody's calling, so I thought, well, I'll call.
I'm sorry. Who is this again?
Linda, Linda Lisa Sue.
Oh, okay. All right. You were in here, right?
Yeah, I've been in, I think all of them so far.
Oh, good. Good to have you. What's going on? Do you have any questions about what we're doing here?
No, I mean, I didn't watch the trial to begin with, so it's kind of interesting to, I mean, I know what happened is, but I didn't follow it gavel to gavel like when it first happened. So even though I know the outcome, it's kind of interesting to see how it all played out.
All right, so you're one of the people that actually did not see the trial, right?
Right. No, I didn't see it. I like I said, I knew, like, I think, but I did not watch the trial. I
Cool.
don't even know when the trial was.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, right around this time, I remember it was almost 2 years ago exactly, I think.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of interesting to see, you know, how it all played out.
Yeah, yeah, it is. And I mean, you know, when it starts out, it does kind of drone on, but then you're gonna see like a total reversal. I mean, I mean, if you like watching,
Like, does the judge,
well, if you like watching trials for like the intricacies of what's going on and stuff like that, it's really interesting.
oh yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't, this is kind of like watching trials is kind of like a new-ish thing. I think I started with, I think I did like the Murdoch trial, and then I watched the first Karen Reed trial, but I watched it through like, I didn't get into all the like the backstory minutia in the first Karen Reed trial. I just watched like through EDB or, you know, Long Prime or something like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know there was this whole subsection to the Karen Reed trial until the second trial. I started kind of, and closer to the end of the second trial is when I started to like figure out other players, like other street, you know, creators and stuff, and kind of get into all that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't start calling into the Glera show until like mid-August of last year of 25. It hasn't been that long. So,
Yeah, like I discovered Jimmy on Verdi's Day through like Defense Diaries, and I was like, "Where's this guy been like the entire time? I could have been having fun." You know?
yeah, yeah. Well, he wasn't streaming that much until he hasn't really picked up the streaming much until like not I don't want to say recently, but like not even a year, I think. So
Yeah, I think but it's kind of nice to, you know, catch creators like in the beginning and watch them evolve. I like to see people thrive and, you know, grow and win. So it's kind of, that's aside from watching trials and all that, it's kind of nice to catch creators on when they're getting started and watch them grow and come up. It's nice. It's fun.
yeah, yeah.
And then we're gonna watch you get bigger and bigger and bigger. So.
Well, hopefully. I mean, you know, I just, you know, there's a few trials that you know, I had in mind to start streaming. And I've been talking about this one for a while. And then when I was going to do it even before the reversal, you know, came in of the decision.
That's so insane that they reversed it. It's like, and it's crazy though that like the FJC can decide, no, the jury got it wrong, but nobody else can go back and say the FJC got it wrong.
Well, that's what I can't stand is like, okay, so you have jury trials and you claim they're sacrosanct, right? And they're, you know,
right.
A jury trial is the most purest form of justice in our system, right?
Yeah, the jury has spoken, like it is what it is.
And the jury speaks, and then, you know, the hospital cries enough about it, and then they just get it reversed. No problem.
Yeah.
Like they spent all that time, and all that you know, all that money, or at least, you know, I mean, the hospital has unlimited funds. Let's just say you call it for what it is. And, you know, the lawyers, the plaintiff lawyers put up their, you know, their assets to run this trial and like broke themselves because they believed in this trial. Then they go through the whole thing. They win it by way of jury unanimously, like not even close. The judge gets the decision, and then he knocks a couple of and then they have a thing like they did like a proffer. It's not a proffer. They have another name for it. So then they came back in, and the hospital cried about it. You know, we're not paying and all this stuff. Meanwhile, the interest is accruing like, I don't know, $22,000 a day, just the interest on the decision.
Right.
So each day they're just getting more and more in debt, and then they come in. So they get a couple of the torts knocked down, or a couple of the decisions knocked down, right? Which brought it down a couple $1 million. So they won there, and then that was it. And then the hospital cried about it, and 2 years later it gets reversed, just like that. And everybody, a lot of people are saying, when's the new trial going to be? Because essentially they can't have a new trial. The problem is the SJ. Well, that's the thing, and I don't even know. Those lawyers have since broken up and parted ways and had a falling out. So, but also the SJC wrote up their decision, so it's like you can't even try another case. And they went and they just kneecapped all the important elements of the case. So it's not like you can go back and be like, well, I know the SJC just said this about, and now we're going to run a new trial. It's not, exactly. And it's so disgusting. I can't stand that it happened.
Do you think if they came back with a lesser amount, instead of the huge number, do you think the hospital would have fought it so hard, or was it any number they?
No. The way I remember it is the hospital offered a ridiculously small amount, here you go, take it or leave it, and they were like, no, we're not taking it. And
the part that infuriates
go ahead.
The part that infuriates me, aside from Maya and her family suffering and then losing out on the money, is on the flip side of it. There's people that are wrongfully in prison that the SJC will not touch, won't reverse those cases or look at new evidence or anything like that, so they just sit in prison. But this is because the hospital just didn't want to pay some money.
Yep.
And this got overturned. It doesn't seem doesn't seem balanced. And I mean, it sucks because the hospital wins because they don't have to insurance. It's insurance that has to pay it.
Right.
It's not
right.
Like it's coming out of any doctor's actual pocket.
Mm-hmm.
No, they pay for the insurance, but whatever. But it's crazy.
Yeah, and the hospital is going to claim. I mean, again, I'm not giving any spoilers away. That amount would break them, and they actually got up. And you'll see it at some point. So it's a ways down the road, right? But they actually got
Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
Yeah, Johns Hopkins. Yeah,
There's no way that Johns Hopkins is going to go under because of a lot. It's not the only. You know what I mean?
Of course,
renowned hospital.
You know how big that organization is. It's global. It's such a huge system, and they'll actually claim that to the jury. They say this to the jury eventually. You are taking away cancer treatment from children with this decision. That's what you're doing.
Oh, play the cancer kid card.
Yep, they do.
Whoa, that's okay.
Yep. Yep. And
Jeez.
I'm giving stuff away, but also it's 2 years old, and a lot of people do know a lot about the case. So.
Yeah, but you telling me it's still gonna play out, and it'll still be, it's like the cliff notes of everything versus when you watch it, what actually happened.
Right, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
But no, I'm enjoying it. It's kind of, I don't know, I like learning. To me, watching trials is more of a learning thing of okay, so this is how everything runs, and then you see a court system moves pretty smoothly, and then you see something like what happened in Karen Reed's trial, and you're like, oh, well, that's not how it's supposed to be.
That's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah. That was an aberration.
Right.
Yeah. I know.
Sometimes I felt like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm like, wait, I'm dreaming. This isn't really. Oh no, it is really okay.
Yep. And then you're gonna by the end of this thing, you're gonna feel that way about this too. What is going on here?
I mean, like he's trying to talk through his needs.
Yeah, it's so douchey. I can't stand him. I can't stand any of them.
No matter what he says, it sounds condescending. Like I feel like
Super condescending.
yeah, it sounds super condescending, and also do you need a tissue because I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, and so the older guy Hunter is a pit bull, and the other guy Shapiro, like they're all playing these roles. You know what I mean? Like, like yeah, Shapiro will get up and try to be like, "Oh, when did you enter Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?" Like, dude, take that affect off your voice, you fucking jerk. We all know you talk differently, you know. And then, no. She'd be like, "Stop it! What are you trying to do?" You know what I mean? We're married. Just listen. You don't have to work that out. What's going on?
He's not looking at a baseball game or a football game yelling at it for his team that way. You know?
Come on, All Children's Hospital. Just shut up, dude. With that affect. Like, we all know what you're doing, you dirty hospital lawyer. Oh, he does. Oh, he does. You'll want to wring his neck by the end of this. Not that anybody should or anything, no. But you know, and then Howard Hunter, and then even the older guy, the appellate lawyer. You'll end up not standing any of them, and that even goes for the paralegal girls get in on the fun at some point.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Yep. It's pretty. It's an interesting trial for a lot of different reasons. Just a lot of different reasons.
Yeah. You know, when you said the tuft of justice, because I was like, I like the judge, but that one piece of hair is just like, what is happening?
I know everybody says the same thing. Yeah. He's not an old guy either. Yeah.
I mean, but wouldn't you just shave your head? Like, why leave that little like soul patch on top of your head?
I mean, you've seen me. Yeah, I know the answer to that.
But like, why leave it? I don't know.
I don't get it either, but
like, in my room, you step up stuff like that. Like, I'm full of like, so he wakes up in the morning, looks in the mirror, and he's like, "That's good."
that's good. That, you know, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I know, but it's like, you know, judges are quirky. You know what I mean? They're usually odd bananas. You know what I mean? There's a reason why.
You have to be.
Yeah. They're eccentric. You know, they're odd bananas usually. They are.
Well, then, I mean, they all kind of, you have to be to sit there and listen to everything and then like kind of decide. I don't know. You have to have either a really dark sense of humor or like, I don't know. You have to do something and be a little bit of an honor, I think, to be a judge or a lawyer, in fact.
Yeah. I mean, they all. I mean, if you look at a lot of lawyers, a lot of them are very quirky and a little eccentric sometimes. You know, I mean, you see that all the time. You know, that's why I find CossyG funny. He's kind of the same type. You know what I mean? The real CossyG, that is, Cosgrove. Specially appointed prosecutor Robert Cosgrove. Yeah, he's a little funny. You know, I mean, he's a lot funny. That's why.
Yeah, well, I've only seen him in the hostage video or whatever they call it, where he's like, nobody entered the house.
Well, that's Morrissey. That's Michael Morrissey.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the wrong person.
No, I'm talking about Cosgrove, but they're all whacked out. Yeah. Well, that's where I got my name, MC CossyG. That's me.
Yeah, now it all makes sense.
Yeah.
There's so many people in all of this. It's like, and I'm not from. I live down south, so like trying to pay attention to everything that's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of players. There's a lot of players involved.
Yeah, no, that's just like, sometimes that's why I kind of like listening to your stream in the trial, because it's like a relaxing place without all the other. Everyone's a lot going on.
Well, you know what? I mean, I'll tell you, it is a little tempting, because yesterday I went over the forensic room stuff. I don't know if you were there yesterday.
I missed that part. I came in right towards the end of it.
In drama sells, because at one point I was going over that. It went up to like 85 people. in the minute I cut,
People love it.
yeah, in the minute I cut to the trial, I went down as low as 11. You know what I mean? So like, people do like that. You know.
I like it just as much as the next person, but I can only take, I mean, I'll keep going. Like I drama, especially because it doesn't have anything to do with me, so you can just sit back and go, no, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Just eat popcorn and go like, oh wow, that's insane.
Right.
But then you have to get to a point where I'm gonna I need to do like a palate cleanser.
Yeah. I need to like decompress. Like I'll dabble in it, but I don't want to make my channel about it though. You know what I mean? Based on that, I don't want to be known. Yeah. But hey.
At some point, if you're just if you're just like a drama farmer and just going, then you have to have something else to fall back on. And
yeah.
And dabbling in it here and there is fun and just but yeah, don't make your channel about it. Make it however you want.
Yeah, because what happens when it all goes away eventually, which it will.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Then what?
Oh, there'll be something else that happens. There's
Yeah.
never gonna go.
Yeah, I guess you're probably right.
Somebody's always saying something insane.
Yeah, I
You know
know.
what I mean? Just like everybody is. It's just
Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from that too.
I get on Twitter and I'm like, oh, I feel like I need Jesus and my grandma, and I get off.
Need a traveling Mary.
Like it's like I do. I don't know why that's so funny to me. It's like not just any Mary will do. Why have to go travel to get kids to travel to you, and then you make great kids? It's like it's the correct one.
She's a little portable Mary. She's got a mini Porsche that she drives around in. Yeah.
She's what is it, the Pope Mobile, but for Mary?
Yeah, but for Mary, it's a little older of a model. It's a 2008. You know what I mean?
It's a Mary Miata.
Yeah, a Mary Miata. Yeah, there you go. Nice one. All right, listen. I've been on for 4 hours and 11 minutes. I'm probably going to shut this bad boy down.
Right.
But listen, I'm going to start taking more callers at the end of these streams, and give me a call back tomorrow if we go to calls.
Will do. You have a good night.
All right. Thank you so much for calling.
Nice to talk to you.
Have a good night. Thanks for coming on my presentation. Good night.
Bye.
All right. Well, is anybody okay? You just missed it, Cosy. What did I miss? What, a Brillon thing? What did I miss? All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna go watch it because I'm not gonna stream his thing right when he's doing it. I don't want to get struck this early in the channel. Ray revealed himself where? Get the hell out of here. Where? Let me guess. He's a black man. I mean, he does appear to be a black man. Well, I gotta go check that out. All right, I'm shutting this bad boy down. Yeah, I don't want to stream anybody while they're going. Shut it down over there. Yeah. All right, it's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. I love all you people. What? No, U.S. Lily, stop. No, he's not. He's Jimmy. Shut up. Stop it. Okay, you guys are just yanking my chain over here. All right. You guys are getting crazy. All right, let's shut it down. Thank you so much for being here. I love all you fine people. And we're going to be doing, I know, I bet you're serious about that. You're kidding about everything else. All right, so let's shut this down. I will see you lovely people tomorrow. And thank you so much. Have a good night.
Yeah. Church and the Chummies. Yo, I'm the man in charge, triple dip justice, my reach is large, indicting T-Rex arms, yeah they on display, short reach, big mess on a public way, yo. Adjust your antennas, tune in tight, Posse rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky, the joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Adjust your antennas, tune in tight, Posse rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky, the joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Advanced years, wisdom stacked, try me once, no turning back. James Jackson ordered, case dismissed. CossyG strikes, you won't resist. Order in the court, the rhythm pounds. Justice echoes, breaking bounds. Prosecutor by day, mic in hand by night. Adjust your antennas, I'm the signal, alright.